Hello, I'm Dave Underwood, your host of Neighbor to Neighbor. Tonight it's our special pleasure to have not only a well-known person to many of the people who live in the Cincinnati suburbs, but also another news person, if you consider me a news person. Our guest tonight is Heidi Fallon, who works for what used to be called the Cincinnati Suburban Newspapers, and which has recently become the Press Community Newspapers.
Right. Thank you. It's nice to be here.
Thank you, Heidi. Well, this is, I imagine this is quite a rare treat for you, since normally you interview people and then write the stories down. It's nice to have someone interview you, isn't it?
I don't know that I'd say nice. I've never been on this end of the interview before, so we'll see how it goes.
Well, I'm sure it'll build character, at least.
Okay.
One thing I think people should know is that you've recently gotten quite a substantial honor from the Press Community Newspapers, for which you work, by being named as the Reporter of the Year. So congratulations are in order.
Thank you. It was quite a thrill. It was a big surprise.
And one of the things that a lot of the people, including me, I'm sure, until a few minutes ago at least, don't know is that the Press Community Newspapers, which are Hilltop Press and a lot of newspapers like that, actually comprise 19 different newspapers.
Right. Mm-hmm.
So I'm sure you had a lot of competition for that.
Sure did.
And for those of you who haven't had a chance to read any of Heidi's things recently, she does, and we'll get into a bit about what she does. In addition to writing a column every week in the paper, which you might be able to see here. This is Heidi. This is Heidi. Mm-hmm. She also writes a number of features and news stories for the newspaper. Well, one of the things I've always kind of been curious about is that I know from time to time newspaper journalism, which seems like a fun profession, really, often makes it in TV series or movies, and it all seems very exciting and glamorous, and people shooting at you and so on. Is it really like that?
Well, I've never had anybody shooting at me yet. It is. It's exciting. It's a little something different every day. As a suburban reporter, as opposed to a daily reporter, we get a chance to get to know our people on a little more intimate basis. We get to see the same people over and over. We get to make genuine contacts in the communities that we cover. So it's exciting. We don't get paid as well as they do in the TV and on the news, but
so if you focus in a particular area, as you do, then you kind of get to know the neighborhoods better. Is that right?
Absolutely. Mm-hmm.
Well, what is the general area that you? Maybe another question is, how does Press Community Newspapers work? There are 19 newspapers.
We
right?
have 19 newspapers. In my office, which is over in Montford Heights, we have 8 of our 19 that are written at that location. We have offices in Blue Ash and another one in the eastern section of town. And the Hilltop that I write for, I cover, see if I can remember them all, Green Hills, Forest Park, Finneytown, Springfield Township, College Hill, Mount Airy, North College Hill, Mount Healthy. Probably left somebody out, but I cover all of those councils, all the governmental bodies, school boards, go to all those meetings and try to keep up on what's going on.
That's a lot of things.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. I'm not home much.
Well, how many other people, every week there are about, what, 30 or 40 different kinds of articles and columns in the newspaper?
Right. I write a column every week, as does each of the staff reporters that is assigned to each of those 19 papers. I write the news stories generated from the meetings that I've attended or events, activities, issues that are going on that are.
About how many of those would you write on an average week?
Oh, I probably write maybe 5 or 6 news stories on an average, and maybe 3 or 4, sometimes 5 features, some long, some short. And then I do some of my own photography also, which I don't always brag about, but I do that too.
So you do about perhaps as much as a third to a half of the newspaper in your area, just all by yourself.
Yeah, and we do rely on what we call stringers. That's how I started out with the press, being a stringer, kind of another fancy name's freelancer. We do things either on assignment, or we dream up our own stories and then run them by the editors and see if they're interested in having us do them, and then are paid per story for those things. And that's how I got started. And we do have a couple of those working for the Hilltop and that kind of are assigned as needed in other areas for other papers also. If I can't get, as often happens, I have 2 or 3 meetings a couple of Mondays a month, so obviously I can't get everywhere at the same time, so we will try to get a stringer to cover one of those meetings for me and then turn their story in. So.
Well, when you were a small child, did you realize you wanted to be a reporter someday?
No, I don't think so. I've always liked writing, and I've always been very nosy, and I discovered in college that you could be nosy and get paid for it, so that's where I set my career goals.
So you realized in college that you were a potential reporter.
I'd always gotten fairly decent grades on things that I'd written in high school, and I worked on the high school newspaper, and then when I went to Bowling Green, I worked on the college newspaper, and really, really liked it. I started out in elementary education and realized that that really wasn't where I wanted to be, so I switched to journalism.
I think I would be very intimidated if someone told me I had to write 15 stories every week that thousands of people would read. Is that ever a concern for you?
No.
You never feel
No.
pressure there?
The only pressure I feel is the deadline. You cannot escape the deadline, and we have a weekly deadline, and you have to meet it, because if you don't, there's going to be big blank spaces in that newspaper, and my editor frowns on that.
I think I can understand.
Yeah.
I suppose the advertisers do too.
Yes, yes they do.
What's the worst part about a deadline? Is it getting the story right, or just getting the words down on paper?
Well, if you budget your time and organize yourself properly, you won't be hyperventilating when the deadline rolls around.
Oh, so you have to be organized?
Oh, yes, that helps. That makes up for not being able to add. I don't think journalists know how to add very well.
I see.
So that's where I make up for that deficit, is trying to be organized. And there are things that are going to pop up at the last minute, which is going to throw everything out of kilter. And so you have to be a little bit flexible and able to roll here and there with what comes up.
Well, after you got out of college, did you come directly here then?
No, I worked on a daily that I had an internship with when I was in college. And I worked on the daily, it was near Toledo, for about 2.5 years. And then I moved to Cincinnati to take a public relations position. And through that position, I got to work with and got to know a lot of the suburban papers and the dailies also, and realized that I really missed journalism as a full-time career. So I started as a stringer for what is now Press Community, and it worked its way into a full-time job. And I've been full-time about 3 years for them.
So you started with the daily, and then you went to a weekly. What's the difference between the two?
Well, a daily, just by the name, it comes out every day, and they have the opportunity to get their things in, their news in, almost when it happens. It's good and it's bad from our perspective, in that we have the time to pursue a story a little more, dig a little deeper, write it from a little different angle. That's good. It's bad in that sometimes we wish that we could get this stuff in right away and be competitive with the dailies, but I think we do what we do pretty well. And so it balances out.
Well, a lot of people do get these weekly suburban newspapers that concentrate on one area, and I think I recall reading or hearing a few years back that suburban newspapers are actually growing pretty fast, whereas the urban newspapers tend to not be growing right now. What do you think the reason for that is?
Well, I think suburban papers, and I know this is our goal, is to serve the communities as well as we can. And the dailies are going to be more concerned with the immediate. They're going to branch out a little more. They're obviously going to include global issues, where we are concentrated right here in our own backyards, in our own hometowns, and we will be able to offer our readers things that they may not be able to read in the dailies.
So the
And that's
dailies are
what
going for the big news.
Well, I can't speak for the dailies. I don't want to speak for the dailies. But we try to write stories, present issues that impact people where they live. And that's what we do. And whether it's a t-ball team or a ballet recital or a drainage problem or a tax issue or whatever, that's what we do. And we are there at all the meetings. We go to all the board meetings. We sit through all the council meetings, where the dailies sometimes don't have the time or the personnel or the inclination to send people to do that. We're ever faithful, if nothing else.
Well, let's see. You write a column. You do news, and news
Features.
is something that's happening right now. I
Right.
assume.
Has immediate impact on people.
And what's a feature then?
A feature is a little more of a light approach to getting to know a person for whatever reason we decide that person or that organization or that activity would lend itself to more than just the basic who, what, when, and where. And we try to tell our readers why this person is interesting, why their accomplishments are important, and just give them a little more insight into the people that are their neighbors.
What's your favorite one of those three? Features or news or the column?
Well, I like each of them for different reasons. The column I like because it's mine and I get to say pretty much whatever I want to say, as long as my editor's not too offended by whatever it is I say.
Is your editor ever offended?
No.
Yeah.
He's terrific.
Yeah.
Mark Schmetzer is the name of my news editor, and he lives in the community, that's one of the communities that we serve. So he is ever judicious about what we do and why we do it, and keeping everybody kind of zeroed in on what our goals are. But I get to talk about my family, my kids, what's been going on in my life, and what goes on in my home goes on pretty much in a lot of homes, so people can kind of relate to what goes on and what I'm dealing with as a working mother with 2 children and all of that. The features I like because I get to know people and get to be nosy again. And the news I like also because it's immediate. You have to sort out what's important, what isn't, and get it all down and get it down right and get it down quickly.
And your column just runs in the 8 newspapers around here?
No, it just runs in the Hilltop.
In the Hilltop?
Yes. Now, when I first started, it ran in some of the other issues before the format for a reporter column became part of the format. So every staff reporter writes their own column every week.
Oh, I see.
So no 2 columns are ever alike. So, but I stick pretty much with writing about my family and what's been going on, and drop names here and there of people in the communities and what they're doing.
I would recommend that you get a Hilltop News and read a column.
Oh, absolutely.
It's funny
absolutely.
stuff, and it's good stuff. What are some of your favorite people stories? Sounds like you like them all.
I do. The last one I wrote is my favorite, generally. I interviewed a lady several years ago she was a resident at the Mount Healthy Christian Home, and her name was Trudy, and she was one of the first women pilots in the United States. And she had some fascinating stories and wonderful old pictures, and her husband had taught Billy Mitchell how to fly, and she had some great photos and memories of that time and that era, and she was a lovely lady.
Billy
I won
Mitchell.
an award for that story.
I would think so.
Oh, I did,
That's
yes.
a fascinating
Well, the material
story.
helped.
Yeah, but I imagine you wrote it so that the feelings came through, too. Huh?
Yes. I'm waiting to hear from the Pulitzer Committee, even now.
It'll be any time now, I think.
And let's see, it's hard to pick and choose because everybody is interesting in their own right. And I know that I would offend somebody if I pick somebody over somebody else, so I won't do that. But there's a lot of very interesting very exciting people in our communities.
Do you ever offend people with what you write? Do you often get comments?
Well, when I started out on the Daily, I did a story on migrant farm workers. There was a large canning factory in this little town, and after I wrote the story, and some of it dealt with their living conditions and some of it dealt with welfare fraud, and I went out to my car and all 4 of my tires were slit. So I think I offended somebody there.
That's an editorial comment of the sort, isn't
Yes, it was an expensive one.
it? Yeah.
There have been issues where people have felt that I have been biased or prejudiced in some way, but it's interesting the fact that the ones that spring to mind, which we won't mention here, I've gotten comments from both sides who are accusing me of being biased to the other people, and then the other people will call and say, you know, that I'm obviously in somebody else's hip pocket. And so it's interesting that when I offend somebody, I usually offend everybody.
Mm-hmm.
So,
You offend kind of both ways.
mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, I imagine
So I
if
must
you
be
didn't-
doing my job right if I've
That sounds
offended
right.
everybody.
Yeah. If you wrote a column and nobody said anything at all about it,
Yeah.
that might mean that
I didn't do it correctly.
you didn't do it right.
You know, I didn't dig too deep or whatever.
Yeah.
But I don't generally get too many negative comments.
Do you get comments every week of one sort or another?
Not every week. It depends. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. Sometimes they don't come to me, sometimes they go right to my editor, and he will make the necessary apologies or whatever he feels needs to be. But our editorial staff is very supportive of what we do. They know that they have professionals working for them, and they know that we are out there in the trenches, and we don't like to make mistakes, but we are human, and probably the worst mistake you can make is to spell somebody's name wrong.
That's probably true.
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
Yeah. They don't care what you say about them as long as it's spelled right.
Well,
First rule of journalism.
That's right. Well, do you go to conventions and that sort of thing? Ever?
No. No, I don't.
I wonder if reporters from large urban newspapers feel a kinship with suburban reporters.
I don't know. You'll have to get one on and ask them. I don't know.
Perhaps so.
We see each other a lot. There are several reporters for the dailies that I see on a regular basis, but they don't always keep the same assignments like we do, so they may be here for a while and then reassigned somewhere else.
What's your guess? Do they do the work about the same way you do?
I don't know. They don't do it as well.
Yeah, of course.
That's obvious.
Oh, we know that.
I'm going to get letters about this, I know. Steve Hoffman's going to be calling me.
Yes, I think so. But these are like news stories where you see several reporters.
Right, right. Yeah, it's rare that we'll see. Well, when I set up an assignment for a feature story, it's just me and that person, whereas at a news thing or a press conference, I will be elbowing my way with the media from in a TV, radio, and the dailies.
What's
as
the
well.
biggest news story you've ever done, would you say?
Whoa.
What are some of the big ones?
Well, most recently it's been the lady in Springfield Township that's been missing since February. Springfield Township also had a double homicide in 1987 that has still gone unsolved. The police are still working on that. That was right up there. That was really tragic. Back in my daily days, I covered Hubert Humphrey when he was running for president. That dates me a little bit, doesn't it?
I remember it well.
Yeah, good old Hubert.
Yeah.
Oh, let's see. There was a press conference a couple weeks ago at Winton Woods Lake with Luke in one week and then Senator Metzenbaum the next on the cleanup of Winton Woods, getting federal funds for that. So
Are those more
the
exciting for you? Big stories like that?
No, not really. I wouldn't say they're more exciting. No, they're all exciting. It's hard to pick and choose. Some of them have a little more glamour about them because there's, you know, lots of people and there's a lot of hoopla about it. But when you get back to your desk, you still have to write the same story, whether there's been 40 reporters there, it's just you. You still have to write the same story. So.
Well, you have two children, is that right?
Yes, I do. 2 sons.
Well, what do they think about your career?
They're tolerant of it.
Do they regard you as a celebrity?
No. They sometimes don't even like to give their last name in case it rings a bell with someone. Now, my older son, who will be 10 in July, he used to complain a lot because a lot of my work is at night going to meetings, and he used to complain that I was never there. He would complain to anyone who would listen. But after he got to go on an assignment with me to meet Dave Parker and Bill Doran
Oh.
He kind of changed his tune a little bit and decided that maybe Mom's job did have merit, and my younger son could care less what I do. He's young enough that it doesn't bother him what I do. I have started to tone down my columns a little bit. I used to write just awful things about them. All of it was true, of course, but it was pretty awful. And now that they can both read and can retain attorneys, I have kind of toned it down a little bit, yeah. I don't want to be another Mommy Dearest. So I've tried to watch what I say, not use their names and things like that.
Say it to your neighbor's kids, right?
That's right. That's right.
Well, when they grow up, would you like them to become journalists?
Well, after they're paroled, I don't really care what they do as long as they get into big bucks. I want them to support me in some nice fashion. I don't really care what they do as long as they're happy. I couldn't do what I do if I wasn't happy in doing it. My older son has quite a flair and an imagination and can filibuster really well, so he could probably be an attorney or something. My younger son will, who knows? He likes motors and motorcycles and cars, and so he'll probably be a mechanic. I don't know. I don't know.
Well, if you were to look at a teenager, what would you expect to find in someone who's probably going to be a journalist? How can I tell if my teenage daughter is going to be a journalist?
Well, she should be willing to work for peanuts.
Work for peanuts?
Curiosity, dedication to detail. You have to get everything correct.
Does that include clean rooms? If it does,
Probably not,
she's
because I
probably
never cleaned
disqualified.
mine. I don't think that's a prerequisite.
Okay. Messy
You
rooms.
do
then.
have to be able to sort through things on your desk. So once you lose 2 or 3 things that are imperative, you tend to organize your desk a little better. Obviously, you have to have some writing skills, and you have to like people, and you have to be willing to sit through sometimes very tedious, shall I say, boring meetings, and still be there when things are exciting, too. I have gone to meetings and helped people set up chairs and make coffee, and as well as sitting there and reporting. So you have to be able to do it all, pretty much, in suburban journalism.
Do you feel that you have an important job in letting people know what goes on?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think they'll find stories, people, issues, explanations, details in suburban papers, again, that they won't find in any other media. And that is our job, to tell them what's going on, how it's going to impact on them, why they should be concerned. Yeah, that's my job. And it's their job to read it and let us know if we're doing the job or not.
Well, that sounds like an exciting job.
It is.
And
It is.
obviously it's one you do very well.
Well, I enjoy it.
Well, Heidi, thank you very much for joining us.
You're very welcome.
And for Dave Underwood and Waycross, thank you for watching. Hello, I'm Dave Underwood. Welcome to Neighbor to Neighbor, a show about Springfield Township and Green Hills and Forest Park and the many things that go on in it. Tonight our special guest is Charlie Keeney. While you may not have met Charlie directly if you live in the Finneytown area, the chances are you know a lot about what Charlie does. Charlie is one of those rare people, a volunteer for a job that's a very big one and one that's important to many of us. Namely, he is the president of the Finneytown Athletic Association. You may not be familiar with those words per se, but if you have children, the chances are the children have had interactions with either Charlie or the many organizations that he helps get going. So, Charlie, welcome.
Well, thank you for having me tonight.
I wonder if you could say a few words to get us oriented about what the Finneytown Athletic Association is and what kind of things it does.
Well, the Finneytown Athletic Association is a volunteer organization, basically devised about 30 years ago to help run the various sports programs for the youth in the area. I think the motto that was devised at one time is "We do for youth," and I think that's been carried out by everyone that has run the program up until I took over about 10 years ago. Made a mistake, I guess some people might say, that I showed up at one of the Athletic Association meetings and just happened to be the meeting that they were looking for people to run for office. The fact is, I didn't know anybody at the meeting. I was just there out of curiosity to find out how the program or how the association might have run with respect to trying to get my children involved with athletics and what was available and how the organization ran. And I felt if I could give any help, I would. And I think 3 of the officers on the board, president, vice president, and one other position, were all looking to retire from the organization, and they were looking for some new blood. I made the statement, well, I'm willing to help, and the next thing I knew, I was voted in as president of the organization, not knowing anything about what was going on. So the first year was a learning lesson.
Well, what kind of sports does the Finneytown Athletic Association sponsor?
Well, we sponsor, basically in the spring, we deal with boys softball, t-ball program. I shouldn't say boys because the girls are welcome as well. We have the softball program for the girls as a separate program. We sponsor select soccer, which is a program for, shall we say, the better players. It's beyond the recreational stage. And in the fall, we have soccer program SAY, which is more of a recreational and allows us to involve all the children. We have a football program, which is over the years really fallen down to really just one team anymore. And in the winter, we've dealt with a small basketball program. And we have different people running each program.
Now, if I understand what you said before the show correctly, you're talking a lot of teams, like 22 baseball teams, 12 softball teams, 37 say soccer teams, 20 select soccer teams, 1 football team, and 5 basketball teams.
It's about where we're at now, and that's probably down, I'd say 50 to 60% from what we were in past years.
That's still a handful.
It is, but somehow we get the job done. It can be a handful.
How
We're
many
talking
people?
about probably estimated in the past year, we're dealing with 1,200 participants. Now that's not 1,200 different individuals. A lot of kids play spring and fall soccer and play baseball at the same time and play basketball. So we may have a particular individual playing all 4 sports in that 1,200 number, but total participant-wise, it's a sizable program. Still, not as sizable as maybe some other areas close by.
It seems that a very high percentage of the youth in Finneytown are involved in at least one of these programs, though.
Yeah, I think that's, we've been very fortunate in that sense, and that's where I feel I do my part, if you will, in allowing or helping to allow the kids to come out and participate, maybe doing an activity that keeps them from something else that fall by the wayside or whatever.
Well, one of the things that has always impressed me about Finneytown and the schools and the kinds of participation that older students take place in is that you normally find that they're not only good students, but also good athletes. They have a very broad reach. And when you think about it, it probably starts when they're 6 or 7 years old, and they decide they want to play softball or soccer or one of the other sports, and kind of get used to not only taking care of their minds, but also doing something that's good for their bodies.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And in that respect, the Finneytown Athletic Association seems to be doing a surprisingly good job of getting people involved, at least children. I think later on we'll probably want to talk about getting new presidents involved.
I think a lot of it is tradition. Their older brothers or sisters have played in the past. There is a lot of, they know the program is there. They know it's been successful. They've had fun with it in the past, and they want to come back. So I think that's a plus. If the kids are not discouraged, the coaches and the volunteer parents, et cetera, have been out there and helped build the program to what it is today.
Well, when you started, what, about 10 years ago, is that right?
Yeah, that was my start.
Uh-huh.
Cold turkey.
How many people were involved in the Finneytown Athletic Association, running it, as it were?
Well, the association, as it's set up, fact is, one of the first things I did when I came into the program was, like I said, the first year was a learning experience. I really didn't know how the association ran, what the rules were as such. So I spent a lot of time going through past records, minutes of meetings, etc., looking at the Constitution, bylaws that had been set up, and I thought some flaws that needed to be corrected, and we created a new Constitution at that time, or revised the Constitution, and out of that we set up board of directors as 6 quote elected unquote officials, basically a president, a vice president, treasurer, controller who would keep track of all finances, recording secretary, and a publicity secretary. These would be the people that basically ran the organization, had to make any decisions that were involved. And then we had appointed positions set up, basically the directors of the various individual programs, the baseball director, a softball director.
So you have like about 6 directors, is that right?
That's presently the title set up, and I guess I still have 6 directors, even though I don't have 6 elected officials anymore. The problem it being that haven't had the volunteers come out to be elected. The election was usually one on none. Just find a person that was willing to serve the position and go through the motions of having the organization elect them to that post as such. I think in the last 2 or 3 years, the elected positions have dwindled to the point where people have basically said, well, I've served my time and it's time for somebody else to take over, and nobody else is taking over. So at the present time, I think there is a president and 5 blank positions. So I sign the checks, etc. I don't feel very comfortable with that, in the sense that if and when the time comes that the decision needs to be made, I may make the best decision that's there, don't get me wrong, but you like to have somebody agreeing with you or disagreeing at that particular time. I have the program directors, and so they serve basically to run their own. And in the last couple of years, they've basically run it on their own, if you will.
And very successfully, I might add.
Oh, yes. No qualms about it. As a matter of fact, when I look for volunteers to fill the other elected positions, I kind of say, well, I've done this myself for the last 2 years. It can't be that hard. You've got an idiot doing this, signing checks, whatever. If I can do it, so can anybody else. And divide that by 5, and there's not that much work involved. It's just a matter of getting somebody to sit down and spend a little time. And there's not that much time involved. I think people are afraid to take on something they're not aware of what is actually involved in the complexity. It really isn't that complex. A lot of times what you need is just somebody to fill a position, and if and when the time comes that you've got a decision to be made that can be made as a group, they can help serve that. For instance, a treasurer. All I need is somebody that can write a check and address an envelope and put a stamp and drop it in the mail. Maybe receive some money and put it in a bank. That doesn't require anybody with a great deal of expertise, yet people shy away from that because, well, I can't balance a checkbook. I let the bank worry about that. A controller is just somebody keeping track of records. And yeah, it may take, I would say, maybe an hour a month total time. Publicity secretary can be somebody that comes in and really writes a short notice that might be able to be put in a newspaper as an ad, or might be the individual that can help put together a flyer for one of the programs, as far as dispersing it to the schools, the local neighborhood areas where we can advertise that baseball sign-up is on a certain date at a certain time. And that's not an all-encompassing continuing job that somebody has to spend that much time with.
Mm-hmm. Well, at this point, as far as I know, you're still getting good coaches for all of the teams.
Still getting good coaches, but I would say after you get to 90% of getting teams, or getting each team filled out with a suitable coach, the last 10% is like pulling teeth. Mm. There's always 2 or 3 teams where nobody is willing to take the time with the team, and this becomes especially true with the older kids, high school age or junior high school age. I want to say there's a lot of not a lot. There are problems in the sense of I think as the kids get older, they become less responsible as far as in total of showing up individually at a game. If you need 10 people to play a softball game and you've got 18 on the roster, if you get 10, sometimes you're lucky. Mm-hmm. And
yeah, there are a lot of things going on in the teenage years.
In the coaches, having dealt with this 1 or 2 years, don't want to deal with it anymore. I think I don't know how correct I am at remembering particular items, but I want to say, for instance, last fall, the Say Soccer program tried to put together a girls soccer team, I want to say freshman, sophomore age level at the high school. And I don't know how many he had signed up. I don't want to say he had a full complement signed up, but no one wanted to coach the team. Mm-hmm. And as much work as he went through and trying to find an individual or contacting all 8 parents, nobody wanted to take it. Kind of fell through the cracks. I have the feeling if the coach had been able to have been found, then probably more players would have been coming out of the woodwork, or the 8 players that had signed up could have got others to join in, whatever. Hmm. But that's where I see a problem.
Is this something that's changing with the years? Is it harder to get volunteers now, do you think?
My personal opinion, yes.
What do you think is the reason for that?
No, part of it, I think, is being in a community that is growing older. There's not as many people out there. There's not as many kids playing anymore, so you have a smaller group to draw from. Even when we were probably twice as many teams as we are right now, your volunteers, the leaders, the people that would run the various programs or would serve on the board, were the same people. You saw the same coaches in baseball, the same individual was coaching soccer, the same individual was coaching fall soccer. So there was basically a small nucleus of those individuals. And I think now where you are smaller in total numbers, of course, that pool becomes smaller, even if you use the same percentage of people that are willing to do this. I think that's one item. I think the second problem may be, like I said before the show, this word is going to kill me, familiarity.
You did it very well.
Well, that's good. With the people that are running the program, I've been there for 10 years, and most of the other people that have run the program have been there for 4 or 5 years.
Ah, I see. Yeah.
And we don't know the younger people, the younger parents. Those are the ones that need to be involved, to be drawn into the program. So that's a fault from our end if you will, being able to reach out, contact these people, and in some instances just letting them know that FAA exists. I know I had a meeting about a couple of months ago, basically on how to draw people out, how to get volunteers to fill these various positions. I mean, be honest with you, after 10 years, I'm looking to go on to greener pastures.
Well, let me ask you a question. 10 years ago, when you got involved, were all of the people at that time about 10 years in the program and ready to move on to other things as well?
No, well, they were ready to move on to other things. Whether they were in it for as long as I have been, no. Most, except for one individual that I can remember, Jim Hutchins, who ran the soccer program for a good 13 years. Most of the other people, I would say, average 5 or 6 years, maybe 7. Now I'm talking about the people that basically ran the programs. Coaches, they probably stayed around as long as their children.
As long as their children did.
If they had 10 children, they stayed for 20 years. If they had 2 children, they stayed for 4 or 5. And you would see that those people recycle themselves, if you will. The fact is, there's a good friend of mine who his daughter, my daughter, the same age. We coached together for a number of years. His daughter graduated high school. He basically faded out of the program. Now he has a youngster who is a good 13 years younger than his older sister, who is now into the program. Now he's coming back as a coach, willing to volunteer, etc.
Well, that's one way to get volunteers, I suppose, but I don't know if it'd be popular with everyone.
No. But I think a good deal of the problem maybe with getting volunteers in is they don't know what FAA is. They don't know that it exists. They don't know that it's a volunteer organization.
That's probably true. To tell you the truth, it took me several years to realize that the FAA had something to do with the soccer and basketball programs that, for instance, my daughters have been involved in. But the FAA is really the one that we're talking a fairly impressive job here. If there are 1,200 participants, that means 1,200 uniforms.
Sure.
That means, and the FAA has a hand in scheduling and preparing fields, right?
Right.
And referees and umpires.
Referees, umpires, whatever
There's
volunteers. There's a lot of people involved. A lot of people that are not volunteers in the sense that they're paid, like referees and umpires, etc. But still, somebody has to train them, set up clinics to teach them how to go through the process of running a game, if you will. We try to, in some areas, deal with running even coaches' clinics. Because, let's face it, soccer is especially a sport that is not traditional to America. Most of your parents, if they haven't, most of the parents have not grown up with soccer, at least at my age. The younger ones, yes. They're coming into the program. So they come into the program totally unknowledgeable about the sport, and they need some learning. So we've tried to set up coaches clinics as far as teaching them what soccer is all about and help them become familiar. Because I can remember my first experience as a parent of a child that played soccer for the first time. I went up to the head coach that she was assigned to play with and volunteered to the coach that I'll help in any way he wanted. He needed an assistant, if you will. And he gladly accepted that. I just told him my knowledge of soccer is at 0. Namely, and to prove the point is how many's on a side. Had no, 6 was my good guess.
Yeah, it's a good
coming
guess.
from a hockey background, if you will.
Yes.
When he told me 11, I was totally amazed. Then when I looked at the size of the field that they had to play on, it made sense.
Yes. But I've been surprised at how good all the coaches are, how well they do, even in a game such as in soccer, where most of us never heard of the word when we were growing up.
There's been a lot good education program, I would say, in the greater Cincinnati area, of coaches clinics, referee clinics, if you will.
And years of watching your children out on the field, of course. That's
where you're the biggest expert. Ask any parent.
Yeah, that's right.
As a referee, that's where that's coming from.
Oh, I see.
Get into trouble with that statement.
Well, let's see. We only have a few more minutes, so I think what we should do to give our listening audience a chance to get their pens and papers ready to write down numbers, we're really saying tonight that in addition to running a very impressive program, you're really looking for some people, do some fairly straightforward stuff, write some checks every month and so on. Is there a number they can call if they'd like to volunteer?
Oh, yes. They can call me anytime they want, day or night. I'm there. 522-9590 if you want.
Okay. We'll give you that number one more time, ladies and gents, but this is Charlie Keeney. The number is
522-9590.
9590, day or night.
Any kind of, anybody that wants to volunteer, do some volunteer work at any level in the sports program, whether it be as a coach, administrator, typing letters, whatever the case may be, you can be used somehow. And
you're talking about a lot of fairly straightforward jobs. Nothing scary about them.
Right. There's nothing to be afraid of. The biggest question I hear is, or biggest reply I hear is, I don't know anything about this. You don't need to. You just have to have a willingness to want to help. Plain and simple. And you can do it.
And I think the most impressive thing about this is that the vast number of children whose bodies are helped, whose minds are helped, who have something interesting to do in their spare time because of just a few volunteers. You're talking about maybe a dozen volunteers who are running something that helps 1,200 people do what they want.
Right. There's a lot more people involved that do help out in each program and do their share. But there are more parents, more individuals that need to get involved.
It only takes a few, and it sounds like the folks like you who put in 10 years are probably ready to get some help from younger people who know other folks to get involved with.
Yeah, and I'd like the younger people to know that the organization is there and that they can help the organization. This is totally a volunteer organization. It's not a program run by the township, by paid personnel, if you will. If the volunteers don't come, eventually the program will die out.
Yeah. Do you take satisfaction in what you're doing here?
Very much so.
I would think so. I've always been impressed by the job that the FAA does, and of course you can take a lot of personal pleasure in that because you've been doing a lot of the work in the last 10 years. So I'm very impressed by what you've done not only for the community but for a lot of children out there through the years.
Well, I think I've helped a little bit.
So despite your looks, Charlie, you're an impressive guy.
Thanks a lot.
Well, let's give the people that number one more time.
It's my home phone, 522-9590. And as I said, if you feel that you can add something to the program, please feel free to call.
Well, Charlie Keeney, thank you very much, not only for being on the show, but for all the good things you've done to the people and to the children who have participated over the years. It's been quite a pleasure to talk to you.
Well, thanks for having me, Dave.
And for Neighbor to Neighbor, thanks for watching.
Waycross Community Television is many things to many people.
It's sports.
It's entertainment.
It's information.
It's exciting.
Waycross Community Television. Without the community, we'd just be TV.
Hello and welcome to Neighbor to Neighbor. I'm your host today, Dino Solomos. I am a board member with the Waycross Community Television, and today I am at the campus of the Finneytown Junior Senior High School attending the 1989 Showcase Education Fair. With me is the president of the PTA, Kathy Cooper. Hello, Kathy.
Hi.
Tell us about the program here. This is a very interesting facility, and the art displays are quite interesting.
Well, the education fair started about 4 years ago, and it's really to encompass the entire educational system from K through 12th grade. It's not just art, it's just not English, it's the entire educational system that your child would receive from beginning to end.
Wonderful. And what, how many other times did you have the show? Is this the second time, I understand, that you've had?
This is the 4th year that we've done it.
The 4th year?
The 4th year. And each year it grows, and each year the teachers get more involved. The students bring out even better work to hang on to and show their parents and the community. Last year was the first year that we brought in the community, the Civic Association, the Women's Club, any organization that really benefits Finneytown and helps us educate our children.
Wonderful, wonderful. I was quite impressed with some of the work that I saw displayed on different stations. It reminded me of the time that I was in high school and I was involved in some projects. It looks very interesting.
Well, we used to have, each department had their showcase, and it got to the point that parents were always running to see the science and then 2 weeks later running to see art. And if you were in elementary, you never did see any of this until your child was in junior high and high school. So that's why we came up with the idea of really showing it all at one time, for time reasons as well as so that the elementary parents can see what their children are going to be getting into.
That's wonderful. That's wonderful. I was impressed at some of the electronic work that I saw on the other station, and in fact the instructor gave me some explanations on how the work was done, and it was quite impressive indeed.
The science is very good as well. We have, there's live snakes that are always here at the school, and tarantulas, and all these things are out on display. The teachers come in for this special day and educate and actually tell people what they do in their classes. So you can really get an insight from biology to any type of science. Your math, your English department shows all the compositions. And really in the elementary, it shows you what they've done. There's probably more visual things in elementary.
Yes.
Because even though they've written a poem, they've displayed it on a butterfly. Where in high school, it's not quite as colorful because it's written very professional on just the regular paper, so it doesn't show as much. And so the elementary really gives the color to the fair.
This is quite unique. I'm interested to know how the idea came about, how it was created.
Well, a lot of schools do this, but because Finneytown is rather small, once again, as I said, we didn't want to have just each group do their own. And I know a lot of the school districts, their high schools are very large, and so they have a high school fair. And each school has their own elementary. We have 2 elementaries in Finneytown, and because we're small, it just worked out better to have us all join forces. And so both the elementary PTA and secondary PTA work together on this, and each of them have their vice president, who is the chairperson for that year. And we keep everybody involved. There's probably a couple hundred volunteers that has made this possible today, doing all their different parts. And we don't have that many students. In the junior high and high school, we're talking maybe 730 students between junior high and high school. So we don't really have that many students, and I really have to applaud the parents for their volunteer work and service.
At any one time, how many parents may someone find volunteering in the program?
Oh, throughout the school year, you mean?
Yes, yes.
Oh, well, just for an example, a survey that we put on in order to make funds, to make scholarships and hand out different projects. We have 45, 50 parents who sign up at the beginning of the school year that they will, yes, indeed, help with the survey, which usually is right at the end of the school period. So a lot of them quit work early or take an early lunch break, and then the teachers fill in the extra. But usually we have 75 people for a volunteer for a survey project. And that's at high school, and high school is even harder to get than elementary. Elementary has very good turnouts for their surveys. And for their carnival and their fairs, just hundreds. And it's not always the same people. Everybody puts in their time slot, because almost all the families have both parents working or single parents, but everybody tries to do their little bit.
That's wonderful. I live in Finneytown, and I'm involved in the community in some respect, and I did not know about the program until I was contacted to be the host today. So I'm delighted to be here, and of course our organization is delighted to be here and represent this fine program today. What other means do you utilize to promote these types of programs?
Well, one of the organizations that we give information to are the realtors in Finneytown. And quite often, if somebody is looking for a home and they happen to have children in school age, they will then see if they can get them to come to the fair and see what's here. I think we've probably found a lot more grandparents or people who have had their children graduate from Finneytown, especially when we have nice days like today, to come and see the program, to see where their tax dollars are being used and keep them up to date as to what's happening in their school district. After all, Finneytown employs the largest amount of people in the community. So we're the biggest industry here.
That's wonderful. We're
the only industry here.
That's wonderful. What big plans do you have for the future for this program?
Well, each year we try to get something new. As I said, last year was to get more community people involved. This year, of course, is being showcased like we are right now, so that other people in other school districts will see what we'll be doing. Each year, we try to get teachers to get special things. They're starting to work into their curriculum things that they really want to show their expertise in teaching, their expertise in what their kids are learning in class, and bringing the classroom to the public and letting them see what's going on, so that you don't have to take time out during this school year and see yourself by going in on a special day.
That's wonderful. I'm interested in programs that bring the outside businesses, the community representatives into the school programs. Is this sort of the type of program that will do that will bring businesses from the outside into the programs?
You mean businesses that are financial, like?
Different skill levels, different groups different companies that do different things that students may be able to learn and adapt to.
Yes, I think eventually we will get into that, so that students and parents can see after you graduate what you can get into. Yes. Again, it takes manpower, and each year we do a little bit more. Now, the second year we brought in the vocational school, Great Oaks, which we hadn't the first year, because they are very much a part of our school education too, where there are a lot of students here that do go to the Great Oaks school district things. So each year, yes, it's to inform, it's to educate, it's to let the public see where their money is going and what educational system is doing for students today.
That's great. That's super. What other questions can I ask you? What is the how many teachers are involved in the program at this time?
I believe in the high school there are probably about 65 teachers on the secondary campus, and probably close to that between the two elementary schools too.
And are the majority of them are involved in these programs?
Yes, they all come in after school on Friday and set up their displays, and the homeroom mothers and the grade level parents are all involved in that. So yes, they're very much involved in showing off what they can do.
That's wonderful. That's
So
wonderful.
this year our theme is Our Stars Are the Future, and our stars meaning our students at Finneytown, and they are going to be the future, and we hope to do the best we can to make it a better world.
That's wonderful.
He's telling us he wants us to smile. Hi, my name is Margaret Ackerman, and I'm the creator of a writing program called Write Away, Write Today. I'm at the Finneytown Educational Fair with some students who have been doing some writing for Write Away, Write Today. What's your name?
Jennifer.
Jennifer what?
White.
Jennifer, would you tell us about the story that you wrote about friends today?
Friends are somebody that you like, and friends are somebody that you can trust and tell secrets to.
Very good, Jennifer. Do you have a lot of friends?
Yes.
You want to tell us the name of one of your special friends?
Lauren.
Lauren? Lauren is a special friend, is she?
Yeah.
What do you and Lauren do together?
Play.
Play. And hi, what's your name?
Maria.
Maria, did you write something about friends?
Yes.
What did you write? Read us what you wrote, Maria.
Friends can be mean, friends can be nice, you never know what they'll do.
What do you like to do with your friends, Maria?
Play games.
What's your favorite game?
Hopscotch.
Who wins when you play hopscotch?
Both of us.
It doesn't make any difference, does it? Why not?
We both can win.
Because you're friends? That's right. What's your name?
Emily.
Emily, what's your last name?
Walsh.
And how old are you?
7.
Would you like to read us what you wrote about words?
When I don't know how to spell a word, what do? I look it up in the dictionary, then I know how to spell it.
Are there any other things that you can do when you're looking up a word that you don't know?
You can try to spell it.
You can try to spell it. You can sound it out, can't you?
Yeah.
How about if you ask a friend? Does that work?
Yeah.
And does your teacher ever help you?
Yeah.
Yeah? Do you like going to school here in Finneytown?
Uh-huh.
And is the educational fair fun?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's good to see all the things that the students created, isn't it?
Yeah.
Thank you very much for creating the things that you created as part of Write Away, Write Today. And we'll see if we get some more students to come back later. You want to say goodbye to everybody?
Bye. Bye. Bye.
Thank you.
What I'm doing here is I'm taking water and I'm going to boil it. And then I'm going to run the steam through this coil. The student made this whole coil for me. And then I'm going to heat up the steam that's inside there. And when I hold my mash right out here, it'll light by the water. Superheated steam.
What's the temperature of the steam?
I don't know. I haven't, it'd be nice to have a little measuring device in there, but I haven't gotten a thermometer. The problem is, you know, even just holding a thermometer there'd be a real drop in temperature, you know, an actual temperature. So,
What's the temperature necessary to ignite a match?
it's a good question. I don't know. Cut back on that one. Turn this off. I don't want
Heat is
anybody.
so great it overcomes the moisture in the vapor.
Right,
Is that the idea?
right. You take the steam and you add additional energy to it, and that energy is sufficient that it overcomes the temperature is beyond the ignition temperature of the match. Now, I don't know that. That's a good question. I would think it would vary from match to match, but there should be a fairly
Kind of a
constant number.
Since the formula is the same for the match.
Right, right. But all of these things, each one of these samples contain the same number of particles, but they're different sizes, salt and sugar.
Oh my gosh. Come here. It's weird because it makes it feel like the glass is more heavier, not the...
Because they're the same, approximately the same volume.
You just saw some scenes from around the Showcase Education Fair. Kathy, I'd like to thank you for joining us today.
Thank you for having us.
And until next time, to you at home, take care.
This is a production of Waycross Community Television, the cable partnership of Forest Park, Green Hills, and Springfield Township with Warner Cable. Opinions are those of the program participants and in no way represent the community governments or the cable company. If you have questions regarding this program Or if you would like to participate in the activities of Waycross Community TV, you may call 825-2429. Waycross Community Television, 2086 Waycross Road, Forest Park, Ohio, 45240.
Hello, I'm Dave Underwood. Welcome to Neighbor to Neighbor. As you may know, Neighbor to Neighbor is a show that features a variety of people in Springfield Township, and we've got one of our very honored guests here tonight. To my immediate right, Carl Abel, who is one of the 3 Springfield Township trustees, and to his right is Irv Cattleman, who is a person who may not be well known in the community, but who's probably very much appreciated, because Irv is the person who plows our roads and takes care of our roads, both in winter and summer. Gentlemen, welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good to be back with you, Dave. I think I did this program a couple of years ago.
Yeah, that's right. Well,
appreciate the opportunity to be back on camera with you.
Well, we all like having the opportunity to talk to you folks. Springfield Township is a very big place. There are about, what, 40,000 people here?
40,000, roughly 40,000 people.
And to have 3 trustees and a minimum crew to back them up to do such a fine job as you folks do is always pretty inspirational to me.
Thank you. We certainly try. Give the taxpayers their money's worth.
Indeed you do. So personally, I'm rather proud to live in Springfield Township. I think you folks do an excellent job. And speaking of excellent jobs, Irv, this show that we're recording tonight is being done shortly after the big snowstorm in March, and I guess that gave you and your road crew something to do, didn't it?
Yes, absolutely did, Dave. We were, perhaps that would be the most difficult snow removal and ice removal operation that the department's had in the last 3 or 4 years. Snow in itself is a problem, but certainly does not present any of the problems that a sleet and ice condition, especially when it's accumulating on the roads to the depth that did. We started on the Sunday evening, and we worked the entire evening and up until about 9:30 the following morning, and the forecast then was for continued snow to develop 4 to 6 inches. We decided at that time that we would stop the operation and let everybody get a couple hours of sleep, and then return and plow those roads and get them ready for whatever conditions may develop thereafter.
So your road crew actually worked all night?
Oh, definitely. They were up all night and into the next morning, and then back again at 3 o'clock Monday afternoon, and we went right on through to about 10 o'clock Monday night.
Well, how many miles of roads do you have that you folks take care of, Carl?
We have approximately 80 road miles that we cover.
80 miles?
80 miles, so you can understand why the men had to work throughout the night, and Irv's done an excellent job, as our road crew has in the past years, and this was a tough one. Normally the snow removal without the ice and sleet is not such a big problem compared to what we had the other day. So naturally we've gotten a lot of comments, and have in the past, as how well our road crew reacted to any of the situations that have come up. So Irv and his men certainly appreciate anything the people have said in their goodwill.
Oh yeah, they must take a pretty large crew, doesn't it, to take care of 80 miles?
We have, the township is divided up into 8 different routes, and 8 men of the department. Each man runs a particular route, and he runs that each time there is a snow removal operation, so he is familiar with the entire thing as far as any obstacles or what any problems that he may have on that route. A normal snow removal will take, if we're just out salting without doing any plowing, will take approximately 3.5 hours. The drivers will leave and they all return within 20 minutes of one another at the completion of their route. So the township is divided into 8 routes, which would make each man have about 10 miles of road to take care of.
10 miles a person, that sounds like quite a bit.
Yes, it is. Big thing with the township, being all residential streets, there are so many short streets that don't have a cul-de-sac or have a very small cul-de-sac, so we don't have the advantage of any long straight streets where they can get in and do the job, in a continuous drive operation. They have to turn around continuously, back around, and with that many streets, over 400, that's quite an operation.
Indeed it is. Now let's see, this last weekend, you probably used a lot of salt, didn't you?
Yes, we salted 3 times. The last time we were salting was Monday when we were plowing and salting simultaneously, getting the slush off the street and then putting down a small amount of salt to stop any freezing that may have occurred, from the weather changes.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, we used a good bit of salt. I would estimate that each time the trucks go out, they will use 70, 75 ton of salt to salt the township one time.
70 tons of salt. That's a lot. That's more than I use in my house in a year, I think.
Well, I hope so. Well, we've been fortunate, I guess, in the last couple of years that we haven't had the heavy storms, but I can recall back in 78 and 79 when we had those blizzards that the amount of money that the township used for salt was astronomical and really cut into our street and road development as far as resurfacing programs and what have you. But the last 3 or 4 years, we've been fortunate, and Irv can give you the figures on that comparison-wise. I would imagine we probably spent less than 10% of what we did in those heavy years. So that enabled us to build up some funds to improve the roads, besides the fact that we put on a road levy about 7 years ago. And the main purpose of the road levy at that time was to, we were low on funds because of the heavy amount of monies that were spent on salt and the labor because of that. Our roads deteriorated from the use of salt, and they were in such a bad state of repair, we were forced to put on a road levy. And in doing so, the levy brings in approximately $300,000 a year. And we sort of divided the township up into sections and hit the roads in each section that were in the worst condition, try to bring them back up. And in doing that in the sectional blocks like we have, Irv's been able to maintain and knowing what sections he worked on, and that also helps in the long run as far as keep up maintenance and general repair. Irv might want to get into the fact of what we do with the road levies as far as the funds that come in, and he can give you a history on that, which we've been doing for the last 5, 7 years.
It strikes me that $300,000 probably doesn't go very far when you have 80 miles of roads.
It will depend on the application that you are using that levy, the money on. Our road levy, our road program each year is divided into several different phases. We have a rejuvenating agent, which we apply to asphalt that is in good condition. This is a product that impregnates the asphalt and rejuvenates the AC-20, which is a bonding agent that holds the aggregate together. That's one phase of our program. Then, depending on what section of the township we are going into, if it's a curb section where there's had maybe an overlay or 2 of asphalt previously, we may do some milling on the curbs so we can reclaim those curbs.
Which means you
come in with a machine that takes the old asphalt off. Takes the old asphalt off the street. From the curb out, we would normally mill 6 feet from the curb toward the center, which gives us a little bit more crown in our street and also lets us reclaim those curbs so that, you put application layer after layer of asphalt and eventually you run out of rolled curb. You don't have any curb and gutter system left. So we mill that material off. And while we're in this process of milling, normally the curbs have deteriorated, so we will go into a spot curb replacement. Any curb that isn't in good shape, we replace that. So
the curbs are concrete, is that
right? Yes, the curbs are, well, we do have some asphalt curbs, but the ones we're talking about right now are the concrete curbs where we cut out sections and replace them. And when we're done with that operation, milling, curb replacement, and putting a 404 overlay of asphalt down, that road is in perfect shape again. So depending on how many facets of that you get into, depends on how many mile of road you get for that accomplished for that $300,000.
Well, then I suppose the last few years have been a little easier on the roads than they are when we have a real severe winter, too.
This is true. That's definitely true.
It helps.
Yes. Well, it helps in 2 ways. It also gives us the revenue to add to that road levy to do some more roads.
From no salt. Well, I'm kind of curious about this salt. Where does it all come from if you're using 70 tons a day?
Well, that's interesting because usually midsummer we advertise for bids for salt, which is sort of seems funny for people. Salt for what? For the icy roads, but we do advertise it. It's required by law, and Irv usually gets 4 or 5 bids in.
4 or 5 bids every year, yes. The lowest bid or the best bid is one the township accepts. And that price varies. It can vary as much as $3, $4 a ton over the year, you know, and fluctuate that much each year.
Well, where do you store the salt?
In the salt bin, we were fortunate enough recently, about 4 years ago, wasn't it, Carl?
Right.
Had a new salt bin built right on the property down there on Winton Road.
Oh, right behind the Winton Road Firehouse and
Yes,
Mhm.
yes.
and
Township
trustees.
building.
Yeah, township building.
It's a real nice structure. It holds about 850 ton when it's filled, and takes a lot of worry out of the availability of salt if you're having a bad weekend where you're going to be out 3, 4, 5 times. At the old bin, you was concerned about on a Sunday if you was going to have enough salt to do the job again on a Monday. Well, this is alleviate.
How much was in the old bin?
The old bin held about 250 ton if we really crammed it full.
So that's about 3 days worth?
That would be, if you was going to go out continuously, yes. That would be, you'd pretty well.
About 3 runs.
That's it.
3 runs?
That's about it.
Oh.
So,
You know, you
this
could have
takes-
2 in one day.
Yeah,
We've
that's
had
right.
that.
This takes a lot of worry out of the salt supply. I have some there. I know that I can continually maintain the roads by having more salt available.
Well, in past years, I recall that you had a pile of salt behind the
In the
township
parking
building.
lot,
In
yes.
the parking lot.
That was due to situations and not the proper storage place.
Mm-hmm.
And that always created a problem because salt, as you may or may not think, will freeze on cold days, and we had a hard time loading going on the trucks, and the big lumps would get clogged up in the spreader, and it cost a lot of time just to unclog them.
So the people while they were spreading the salt actually had to stop and unlump it?
Oh, yes, yes, definitely. If a lump of hard frozen salt would get in the auger, that would stop the hydraulic system, then you're not doing anything. Then they would have to get out and find out where that lump was and remove it from the system and then go back and start over again.
Well, that's not much fun on a
No, it
snowy
certainly
day, is
isn't.
it?
It certainly isn't.
Well, now with only 8 people and 80 miles, then that means on a really snowy weekend or something, people don't get much sleep, do they?
This is true. If you have this past weekend was a good example of that. The amount of time that they spent out there, there's not a whole lot of sleep until the project was done. We try to stay right on top of it as best we can, within the limits of fatigue. You know, you can only run an operation so long, and then you'll have to give the guys a break for a certain amount of time to let them freshen up a little bit. And that's how we attacked this particular problem past weekend.
A dedicated bunch.
They certainly are and have been. I guess one thing Irv hasn't touched, we do have some new employees down there, and because of the years, we had some of the older fellas retired, and Irv had to break in new people on these routes, but they've all come through pretty well, haven't they, Irv?
They certainly have. An 8-man department, in the last 3 years, we've replaced 5 of the 8. And what was it, Carl? Better than 120 years' experience went out the window when those 5 guys left.
Is that right?
And regardless of how conscientious the new people are, there's just certain things that they don't know going in, regardless of how you train them. They have to almost get that on-the-job training. But they certainly are doing a fantastic job for the amount of time that they've been there. I got no complaints whatsoever.
They've done an excellent job, and I think Irv, something that they had a snow rodeo, Irv.
Oh, yeah.
First time our township
snow rodeo.
drivers
That sounds good.
participated in it, and Irv, several of the drivers came out very well, didn't they, Irv?
Yeah, we had Public Works officials of Southwest Ohio sponsored a rodeo they do every fall. In this particular last fall, there were 52 drivers from 37 different political subdivisions, and it's an obstacle course set up to test the driver's ability to handle his truck, and it's a time thing on a point system. And out of that, we came in 3rd. Scott Hatzel came in 3rd, and another driver, Jeff Chamberlain, come in 7th. So I was real proud for our first time in the competition to do as well as we had done.
Well, that's excellent.
Yes, we were very happy with them. They got a plaque and some cash awards, and had to put new buttons on their shirt because they walked around with their chest out, but they deservingly so, because it was quite a feat. There had been people who had been competing in that all 3 years, and for my drivers to come in with just no experience previously and do as well as they did, I was really proud of them.
Oh, indeed. Well, how do you learn to drive a dump truck? You get in and drive it around, or you take lessons, or what?
It's just a matter of wanting to primarily. You have to want to get out there and do that job because it's taxing. It's a lot to driving a salt truck. If you've got a plow on the front and a spreader on the back, you're observing the amount of salt that's coming out of there. You're dodging cars and pedestrians and drivers and dogs and kids on sleds. It's a full-time job. You're fatigued after 7.5, 8 hours of being in a salt truck that if you're plowing and salting simultaneously, that's a full-time job.
Imagine
So
so.
they get their experience by, the old men we normally keep on for one winter to train them, and then they're on their own, and it's what they can pick up as best they can. And if they have any problems, certainly the older guys are more than happy to go out and explain what the process is under these conditions and give them a lot of help that way also.
Well, I suppose one of the benefits for the rodeo was the amazing numbers of very short and narrow streets we have in Springfield Township,
Yes.
so you probably get pretty good driving around here.
Yes.
Well, what do you folks do in the summer with the trucks and the like? What sort of jobs do you do on the roads?
Well, Irv can hit the highlights. We naturally we just purchased a new street sweeper.
Oh.
We had an older one that was around for 16, 17 years, and it would do the job close by, but it was so slow to get out to places from like Pleasant Run from the township building that the last 4 or 5 years we contract with a service. But the new street sweeper, we've been able to get out and cover the territory, and that's one new facet and something that we do continuously, but summertime seems to be more appropriate than the winter with the problems we've had.
When will we see the maiden voyage of the streets?
Oh, it's been out.
Oh, it has?
Oh, yes, it's been out.
Oh, definitely. We took delivery on that last fall, late last fall, and we were able to sweep the township completely once. If we don't have any problems whatsoever, mechanical or anything else, it will take 4 weeks to do every street in the township. It's a sweep every street. That's running 5 days a week, say 7 hours by the time they get to where they're going and come back and do the maintenance. It'll take 4 weeks of constant running to get the township swept. And about the time, on certain times of the year when you get done with it, you can almost start over again. So as soon as the weather breaks, I ran it last week, Thursday and Friday of last week we did some sweeping also. So whenever the weather permits, I've got the sweeper out. And we're trying to keep the township as clean as we possibly can. And it's really been a big plus to the department. If there's a spill or some mud on the street, we're able to take this unit and go out and get it cleaned up without having to do it by hand or worrying about the old equipment having a problem or something. It's been a big plus for our road department.
I think one thing we should have probably started with earlier is the fact that definition of the roads, and which are township roads, county roads, and state roads. For a lot of people,
always a confusing topic.
It's a confusing thing because all the major arteries, and I'm talking about north and south and east and west, generally are either county or state roads, like Winton Road, Hamilton Avenue, Springfield Pike, that'd be north and south, and then Compton Road, Galbraith, North Bend. Those are all county roads or state routes, and you've seen in the past that some of these are not maintained as well as the township roads. And I know if you come out of a subdivision out of a township and you hit one of the county roads and it hasn't been scraped, all of a sudden they say, well, the township hasn't been out here, but that's not the case. We don't spend taxpayers' dollars on county roads because we're not allowed to. So we should have used that earlier just to acquaint people with the roads in the township. Basically, they're subdivision roads in areas where we're not main arteries.
Right. And see, none of the township roads have white stripes along the edges, for instance.
This is
Is
true.
that right?
This is true.
I don't think so. We don't have a street striper, do we?
No, the county will do some striping at some of the intersections back. If there's a traffic signal control there, they will come back that intersection on our streets, well, several hundred feet to make a division. But as far as any striping, no, we do not have any striping.
Yeah, that is an important point. I'm sure it's very, very confusing. Let's see, there aren't too many state routes through the township, are there?
Hamilton Avenue and Kemper and Springfield Pike.
Right.
And of course, 100 yards of Interstate 75.
Well, that's been under construction for so long a time that we don't really want to claim it, do we?
That's for sure. That's for certain.
Well, it sounds like you folks are doing extremely well with the roads. Now, occasionally you contract for big-time road repair, is that right? Is that a
yes,
separate group?
that's what the road levy goes to, and Irv can hit that. I think we mentioned what the process is, and I guess what we do on that, we pick out the areas of streets that we feel need resurfacing or reclamation, and they'll go out on bid, and we receive sealed bids, and usually we have a neighborhood of 6 to 7 bidders, and the cheapest and best bid is the one that we'll go with. We've been very successful with the people who have been doing the business, and touching back, that takes care of the major, what we have the road levy for. You did touch base before I interrupted you in the definition of the township roads and what have you as to what else our road crew does in the summertime, and I'll switch it back to Irvin. He can fill you in on the rest of the incidentals that we do.
Speaking of filling in, you probably fill in some potholes.
That's an operation.
That's why I led into
What a lead in, Carl.
That's an operation that's ongoing throughout the winter on certain days in the summertime where the guys are out doing hot patch repairing their voids or ruts, whatever may be occur in the road. They'll go out and get the blacktop, and we got a roller, and put the patches in and try to preserve the roads as long as we possibly can. Anything that is necessary, if the road is deteriorating, the edges breaking off or whatever type of repairs are necessary, the crew is involved at that type of work throughout the summer. And naturally, then we have the park system also that we are involved in maintaining.
Well, how do you do a hot patch?
Hot patch is done with 404 asphalt, surfaces prepared. Let us say it was a rutting condition at an intersection. Surface is prepared, and they put the asphalt down and spread it out and then compact it with a roller to alleviate that depression that was in the road.
Oh, so does the township have a roller?
Oh, yes. Yes, the township has several rollers that we use for that operation. And we do not have a spreader because we do not get involved in full-width repairs.
Oh, the spreader is like putting a whole new lane down.
That's correct.
Is that right?
That is correct. Ours is spot repairs. It's just done by raking the material out and rolling it in.
Well, what does your crew do in the summer? What percentage of them are on roads, or how many of the 8?
It will just depend on the time of the year. If it's spring of the year and we're extremely busy in the parks getting them ready with mowing when the grass has to be mowed continuously and the preparing of the infields and so forth, they will go back and forth from that. It might be necessary on certain given days to have every member of the road crew in the park system working. But at no time, is there any work that is necessary for the safety of those using those right-of-ways left go. We don't, I mean, if we had an emergency situation and the crews were in the park, they certainly would come out of that park and do that road work to maintain that highway, that right-of-way in a safe condition. So the road work, basically, from where I sit, would take precedence over anything that we get involved in. The safety of the users of that right-of-way is top priority in my scheduling of the work.
Yes, other than the road levy that we have on, we do have a road and bridge fund, and Irv gets money from that. That generally takes care of the maintenance, the smaller maintenance, and the payroll of some of the employees. Now, we do have some of the employees that are paid out of the general budget or general fund for the recreational facilities and the parks and what have you. And this has been the history. We do have a park and recreational budget that we put in and adopt every year, and it depends on our needs as to how much we'll appropriate in that particular fund. Just recently, in the last 3 years, I think we did appropriate more money, and we're building up because of the fact that the Pleasant Run area was short on playgrounds, and we did have some that we were able to rent from the group up here at the Catholic Church, and at the time it worked out pretty well, but all of a sudden they needed their property back, and Pleasant Run was without a substantial playground, and fortunately we came up with the property on Forester and Mill, and the township did buy it. We had money allocated in for land purchases, and so it worked out real well with the Pleasant Run Civic Association, who said they would go ahead and start developing the property, which they did, and they did an excellent job. We came in and helped them finish it by means of helping them reseed and what have you, because we do have the equipment to do that. And then we installed the backstops, benches, and the soccer poles and what have you after that. So it is an excellent facility up there, and that's the Clifford George Park in Pleasant Run. And I think between the township and the Pleasant Run Civic Association, we're all proud of what has developed there, and I'm sure that the people in Pleasant Run and the children especially are grateful for what's there.
I've noticed many times in the past that you've gotten a lot of leverage out of your money by working with civic associations or athletic groups like the Finneytown Athletic Association?
Finneytown Athletic. We have, and we're certainly fortunate. Township has bought another field. This was previous to this George Charles Park up here that is behind St. Xavier High School, and we call that Kaiser Field, and it's just a soccer field is what it is, but there's a piece of ground there that was hard to get to, and we did get permission from St. Xavier to go back and utilize that piece of ground, which we purchased from General Protestant's Orphanage and the church in Cleveland, and we did make a good buy on it, and the Finneytown Athletic Association developed the field, and we're grateful to them, and they do an excellent job in the Finneytown area, you know, as Pleasant Run does up here, and we have some in Shuttlecote Park in New Burlington that do an excellent job for us and help the program, and it's really a hand-in-hand situation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, good partnerships. That's one of the pleasures of watching how you trustees work. You always work very well with the residents.
Well, we try to. We've had a little.
And you save us some money, I might add.
Well, that's our main purpose, you know,
Yeah.
is to get the taxpayer the most that he can for his dollar, and eventually, as everyone knows, the taxpayer is the one that's supporting everything. So it's we try to give them their money's worth. We do have some controversy over a problem with a potential park in the View Place area, which hasn't had one, and where Kokosing is putting the cross-county highway through, and it's unfortunate, I guess, but cross-county highway is going to go through, and it's progress, if you want to call it that. And certain people are naturally are put out and hurt from these situations, and naturally so. And when Kokosing offered to give the ground to the township and develop it as a playground, the trustees thought it would be an excellent facility. Now, again, there's problems we can foresee, and people have complained about the possible hill slides and what have you. We will not accept anything if there's going to be a liability to the township.
Well, that's good to hear. So if you folks go for it, we all know that it's safe and fulfilling
and we're not going to
community
spend a lot
need.
of taxpayers' dollars trying to rebuild something, and that's what we want to be sure before we take the ground over.
I'm sure you'll do it very responsibly. Well, I see we're just about out of town. No, we're not out of town. We're just about out of time. We're still in town. I really enjoyed hearing about this. You folks have a big job, and you're doing it very well indeed.
Thank you.
Thank you, and I'm sorry we are out of time. We were going to spend a little more time with the parks, but I think we have, what, 13, Irv?
13.
And
Total of
then
13.
Either owned by the township or we rent them from property owners. And it's worked out real well because...
We may have to do another show on the parks.
Well, that's a
good idea.
possibility. We'd like to, because spring is coming around, and as I said when I first got into office about 16 years ago, that the children make up the community, and basically that keeps it young, viable, and makes it grow. So that was one thing I look at in general, and I thought the other trustees do too.
From observation, I've seen that's true. Well, gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us, and thank you for joining us.
Pretty good.
This is a production of Waycross Community Television, the cable partnership of Forest Park, Green Hills, and Springfield Township with Warner Cable. Opinions are those of the program participants and in no way represent the community governments or the cable company. If you have questions regarding this program, or if you would like to participate in the activities of Waycross Community TV, you may call 825-2429. Waycross Community Television, 2086 Waycross Road, Forest Park, Ohio, 45240.
It's probably all right to talk, isn't it? Hello, I'm Dave Underwood. Welcome to Neighbor to Neighbor. Today our guest is a fairly new person to the Cincinnati area, Jim Heyer, who is Superintendent of the County Office of Education. Jim, welcome.
Thank you, Dave. Very pleased to be here.
Well, thanks for joining us. I know one of the things in a lot of people's minds might be, what is a County Office of Education? And you're probably a good person to be able to tell us about that.
Well, I'm not sure that I am or not because I've only been at this job for about a month. But the county office has a long history in Ohio. It actually started back, I think, in 1913 or 14. Prior to that, every little township had its own separate school district, and there were something like 6,000 school districts in Ohio. And they had problems on getting people through 12 years of school because some schools would have 8 grades and some 6 and some 10 and some 12, and so they had a lot of difficulty. So they formed county districts, and they consolidated a lot of those small districts into some workable units, and the county office then became the vehicle through which funding then flowed through from the state, and has had a long history. Today, however, it's not as it was maybe 30 years ago, in the sense that the purposes that we're serving are significantly different than they were then. And Hamilton County is a little bit unique because it, as you can well imagine, is in an urban environment and has a unique set of circumstances compared to some of the more rural counties in the state right now.
Yeah, I know some of the Springfield Township trustees, for instance, would agree with you. It's a township form of government was designed for a rural area, but in Springfield Township there are an immense number of people, larger than many cities.
And I think that comes into play here. We have under our jurisdiction that we work with regularly what we call local districts, and a local district, by definition, I probably should explain that because I didn't know it not too long ago, but a local district is one in which there is no incorporated city in that that makes up that area. And I might say that in this area, an example would be Northwest School District is a local school district, and even though it's one of the largest school districts in the state, has over 10,000 students, and probably is the second largest school district in Hamilton County after the city of Cincinnati, I think. But it's Coleraine Township, and there is no Coleraine City, and so it is considered to be a local district. And a small city district would be someplace like Laughlin or Reading would be an incorporated city, so therefore they're not under the jurisdiction of the county office. But the 6 local districts that are in this county have nearly 32,000 students, which makes us about the second largest student population base of all the counties in the state.
That's a large bunch of people. Well, I know, and I have some perception of what you mean because I live in Finneytown, which oddly enough is a school district rather than a town.
That's right.
But now the incorporated areas like towns and villages run their own schools, as I understand it. Is that correct?
That's right. And in reality, the local districts really do too. Each of the local districts has a superintendent, and what we would be more or less would be a confederation of districts where we have 6 local districts and the county office working cooperatively. Basically, a lot of the services flow through the county offices that are provided for the 6 local districts directly. And the other districts, the small cities and the exempted villages, would be districts that don't have a direct relationship by law, but they may choose to enter into such a relationship. And in fact, we do in our office, out of our office, have a lot of collective types of arrangements whereby we work with districts that are both local and contract districts and special education areas, things like that, where we will take programs that it's almost infeasible for any of them individually to run, and we'll take 3 or 4 or 5 districts and put the students together, hire the teacher, get the room, and it will be housed maybe out in any of the districts, and the person would be employed by our office. It would be housed in a district, but the kids would be coming from several different districts.
What sort of examples do you have?
Well, we have a lot of those in special education areas, but the one that comes to my mind is anything in the area where we have what we call low incidence handicapped children, where we would have something that's very unusual type of a situation, whether it be a multiply handicapped child or one that is hearing impaired or one that has tremendous physical impairments. We would have, no district has very many of those kinds of children. So what we would do is that we would pool the resources through our office. We would generate classes of 4, 5, or 6, or however many it might be, and then we would hire the staff and house it, as I mentioned, in one of the districts, and they would be a partially state-supported unit, and then the local districts themselves would then make up what is called the excess cost, the cost over and above the unit funding that we would receive from the state, because it would be prohibitive for them to run a class because of the federal mandates. They were required to have aides and tutors and teachers and equipment and all those kinds of things, so that if they had just one child, they'd have to do that, and that might cost them $50,000 or $60,000 to educate one child if they did that by themselves. And by pooling these resources and bringing these people together and forming these units, we can operate it much more effectively and efficiently.
So at this point, is the Office of Education principally sort of educational specialists who provide this kind of service?
Well, yeah. Originally, the county office was a very powerful type of operation where everything really flowed through that. As we've evolved over time, our function primarily now acts more as a regional service center to these districts. We provide supplementary types of things to help them, and we provide supervisory kinds of people to help them work with their people in special areas, whether it be curriculum or special education. And we have a large component in special education. We have over 200 people in this county working in the area of special education, mostly teachers and aides. We run
and these people are employed by the county office but shared with all the school districts that want to use them.
That's right, and they contract with us. We get state funding for each of these people that partially covers the salary areas, and then all of the costs above that are prorated back out to the district on the basis of how many children they send in that class.
That sounds like a surprisingly efficient and effective way to do it.
Well,
because I know that most school districts have plenty of things to do without getting into all the detailed expertise that's probably required.
Well, I think that we've most recently become much larger in the area of behaviorally handicapped children. As you can well imagine, one of those kinds of children who tends to be a behavior problem in school and can cause a lot of havoc within a school. And if people aren't specially trained to handle these kinds of children, it's a very difficult situation both for the child and for the other children and the adults that are dealing with them. So we have a group of highly specialized people and very specific kinds of programming, and we house a large number of these young people at a school that we rent from the Norwood schools that they had closed. It's a very nice building, and we call it the North Norwood Center. It was formerly one of their elementary buildings, I believe. And we house a very strong program for the behaviorally handicapped children at that center, but it really serves many of the districts around the county.
Now, behaviorally handicapped, is that sort of students who don't want to go to school, or?
No, I don't. It's a pretty complex issue. It really boils down to the fact that you have children who are having difficulty coping with their environment, and they may act out in different ways. Now, these may be kids who don't like to come to school, but it may, on the other hand, it may be a child who likes to come to school and socially interact, but just is always involved in some kind of a fracas with somebody else. They have problems with their social skills as well as attention span. They have a large number of problems, and there's not just one problem that you can say creates somebody who's identified. These people go through a case management program and are tested, and it's not something where you just stick a kid in it because they misbehave. I mean, there are a lot of children who misbehave by choice, and these are children who have little or no control over their actions, and we have to try to get across to them so that they can function in society as adults. And it takes a lot of specialized training, and you need a lot of personnel. These are children with severe problems, and the families have been coping with these children for a long time, and the schools have been, and by and large, they haven't been successful. And so it's trying to teach these kids how to become successful and how to control their emotions and how to deal and interact with other people.
That sounds like a very impressive program. Now, do you folks have the specialists who look for the teachers to?
Right. We have those people would all be employed out of my office. Our director of special education is in charge of that program, and we have coordinators who spend most of the summer on the personnel area. And this is a specialized training program that people go through to deal with these young people. As you can well imagine, somebody who's going into this field has to have tremendous amount of patience. And you know, when I go and observe these classes and see the structure, it is a very structured environment, but it takes people who really care and are willing to give children it's almost what they call the tough love kind of concept, where they're very structured in their environment, but they really care about the children also, and those kids know that. And so my observation is I don't think I could do it because I don't possess the patience to be able to handle those children and stay with them. And it takes a unique mental attitude, I think, but these are special people.
I've always been impressed by any teacher's ability to handle a room full of children, but this must be even more.
Well, this is probably the epitome of the teacher that you would be impressed with under those circumstances.
Well, what other sorts of things does your office do, Jim?
Well, one of the things that we have a big program in is called auxiliary services. The federal law has said that non-public schools qualify for, or the state law, pardon me, says that non-public schools qualify for certain funding that can be utilized for certain specific kinds of programming. And that is, it can be used to purchase textbooks and materials, or it can be used to purchase supplementary types of services. So on a per pupil basis, these funds flow through the local school district, and they contract with our office to provide services that the individual non-public school will choose. They can choose, for example, psychologists or speech and hearing therapists, or they can choose to buy textbooks, or they can choose to buy counselors, or whatever it is. And so this area is called auxiliary services, and this is a $3 million business that is run out of the Hamilton County Office of Education, really for the local districts to facilitate it, because once again they may not be able to have access to the people they would need. And where this comes into play most specifically would be an example of a small Catholic school sitting in Finneytown that has enough money to buy, let's say they choose to buy a psychologist for 1 day a week. Well, that's great, except you can't find a psychologist who wants to work 1 day a week. So what we would do then, we would facilitate out of our office the scheduling component of maybe there's somebody else over the next district over wants 2 days a week, and somebody, let's say Oak Hills, would want 2 days a week, and so therefore we build a schedule for this psychologist that says they would work at Finneytown 1 day a week, and Oak Hills 2 days a week, and Northwest 2 days a week, and now we have a full-time person, you see. So we're facilitating programs like that, and that program is strictly money that is flowed through the government, and it comes to these schools on a per-pupil basis, as I mentioned, and they get to choose the kind of programming they want. So therefore, the service provided must be good, or they'll choose not to take that service. They'll take something else the following year.
I imagine that's that might make you nervous, but I suspect that way they get the biggest bang for the buck.
Well, I think I'm real proud of that program. It's worked real well based upon what I've seen up to this point. I don't think it could function as well as it does without this coordination. Every district would then be out trying to find part-time people, and these people would tend to be specialists, and it would be very difficult to find them just to fit the schedule of the individual school that would buy them.
How many different kinds of specialists or how many specialists do you have?
Well, I don't have any idea about how many different kinds, but we range the full cycle. I mean, we have occupational therapists and physical therapists, speech and hearing therapists, psychologists, you know, the various components of special education teachers, counselors. Those are the people that come to my mind where you have specialized training and specialized needs. So therefore, a district, only the larger districts would be able to have enough incidence level to have those people on their staff by themselves.
So in some respects, you're really running a business of sorts, aren't you?
Well, this is more than any other school district a business in that sense, because we really don't, up to this most recent legislation, is going to permit us to formulate a tax district should we choose to do so. We have not taken any action at this point. Prior to this, however, the county office has not had any ability to tax. We don't tax in any form. We get our money from the state government, from the local districts who are charged off the money that flows from the state to them. A certain percent is taken off up front and channeled over to the county office for its operation based upon their per pupil enrollment. And then the rest of our business comes from auxiliary services, which is like I said, a $3 million piece of this budget. And then the remainder is strictly generated as a business function. In other words, we contract with other districts for services, and they purchase our services on an as-needed basis. So therefore, if we don't do a good job, they're likely not to purchase that the next time around. And so it's a year-to-year situation, but it functions much more as a business than do most other school districts. And you know, this is my first time in a county office. I had been a local superintendent several years ago and worked in a local school district that received county office services, but I really had never worked in a county office before. So I find also that our office is somewhat unique because we have so many more employees and are so much larger because our student base is so much larger than most of the counties in the state that every day I learn something new that I didn't know too much about the day before. And people kind of assume that, you know, you walk in and you know what a county office does. And while I had some general idea, I mean, I've been surprised almost daily by some area that we're in that I've forgotten. Another example of one that is required by law that we're into is attendance services. We have I guess in the old days I would have called him a truant officer.
Truant officers, I've heard that.
He is somebody who works with these districts on the severe attendance problems, and we follow up with parental conferences and letters, and if all things fail, we take those children to court and run them through the court system, trying to get them straightened out if they're severe attendance problems. And that's another service that comes out of our office.
How many districts do you do this for?
Well, we do it for the 6 local districts, and then we contract for a couple other districts that we do. And we have somebody who works downtown at the courthouse, and then somebody who works out of our office coordinating the piece that goes on downtown as well as what happens with the district. So it's an expanded service, and I think one that's needed. We have a lot of young people, for whatever myriad of reasons, have great difficulty getting to school. And we think that if they're school age, that's something that is mandatory, as the law states, and so therefore it's incumbent upon both the local district and our people to work with those families to get those people in school, because if they don't come, they're certainly not going to learn much.
Mm-hmm. Now you do, I think you do a variety of other things as well, don't you?
Well, we have several other things going on. What comes to my mind is we have a group of supervisory people who work with the local districts and curriculum. They're curriculum specialists. They go out and work with people on textbook adoptions, on writing their curriculum with them.
So do all 6 of the local school districts have pretty much the same curriculum?
No, interestingly enough, curriculum in Ohio is a locally developed process. We don't have a county-wide adopted curriculum, but our specialists work with each of these local districts to in whatever direction that local district chooses to go. And you know, in some states there is a statewide curriculum, and there are other states where they have a county-wide curriculum area, and in this particular one, this is strictly local control in the state of Ohio.
So if you go from one school district to another, you run the risk of having somewhat different sophomore English.
Right. It doesn't play out that there's a significant difference, because basically there's only so many things that can be taught in most of the subject areas. There's a basic core curriculum in all of them, and a lot of it plays down to what are the individual teachers' interests and needs, and the student needs and then the local concerns. But you will see that every now and then there'll be some controversy that comes out over the use of some textbook or some library book or whatever it is, and every community has its local identity, and one of the proud heritages of the state of Ohio is this local control aspect. So sometimes it's cumbersome to work with, but on the long run, I think it's probably one of the strengths of the system.
Mm-hmm.
But they don't vary that much from district to district. Probably something that a parent and a child would see more readily would be the different set of textbooks, the materials. They would think things would be changed significantly, whereas the curriculum might be similar, but the choice of the materials would be a little different. And to the student, that would be obvious that if you move from one district to another, you might be taking American history with another textbook and
Mm-hmm.
think, not feel comfortable with that for a while. But that's been going on for a long time, and that's not going to change. But people tend to overcome those kinds of things quite easily.
Well, I imagine they need your curriculum specialists all the more because of that, if each one's developing its own.
Well, I think we're in an era also that it seems to me that there's a lot more scrutiny of the curriculum. We're entering into this international economies phase, and people are looking at what are the Japanese doing and what are other people that are the Koreans that are really moving fast, what are they doing, where we formerly were the worldwide leaders and people looked at us as the leaders. We're getting some questions now as to are we doing as good a job as we once did? Should we educate all children as we have always mandated? I guess the one thing I would remind the people is that we're probably the only country in the world that attempts to educate all children, and not just one time through. I mean, if you don't succeed the first time, you can come back, whether it be an adult education course or a GED or whatever it might be. Most of the rest of the world tends to siphon off the top intelligence people in an early age and move them into a track of being an engineer or a physicist or whatever it may be, and they then take the rest of the people and they're channeled into more vocationally oriented types of programs. So one of the things I would caution people is don't be, you need to compare apples with apples, and not all these countries are the same as we are. In fact, none of them are.
Mm-hmm. And so, which is why some of these big jobs that you're helping with are all important. I know I think there are a couple of other things you do, like don't you have some people who coordinate all of the athletic conference schedules?
We do. We have a couple.
That must be an emotional job.
Well, it is. I would suggest to you that we have two people full-time and one half-time who work at scheduling, getting the referees, and making all the arrangements for all the games for boys and girls sports for over 30 high schools and close to 45 junior high or middle schools.
And a lot of sports.
And a lot of sports. So this is like a three-ring circus. And if it rains, I'll tell you, these are days you don't want to be in that office. But they do a heck of a good job, and they really have helped coordinate the activities for basically this whole county. And as a matter of fact, the Cincinnati Public Schools are involved in this operation also with us. And their schools are integrated into the various leagues throughout this county. So it is something unique that I hadn't seen anyplace else before I'd come here. So I think that it is something that lends a strength to this office. The other area that really comes to my mind that we have a major operation in that we haven't talked about is the computer area. We are throughout the state they set up a network of large computer sites, what they call A sites, and there are 27 of those in the state, and in the Hamilton County office is one of those 27. So we have two large mainframe computers in our office. Takes one wing of the building, and out of that we provide services directly for financial services for 22 school districts. And we also now are moving very heavily into the student scheduling and student services area with grades, testing, the whole bit.
So basically what that helps the school districts do is to keep from trying to hire their own computer
Well,
specialists.
it's more than that. They don't also have to have all the equipment, and they don't have to keep
yes.
upgrading the equipment, and it's a collective operation. Once again, these districts contract with us, and our system is on a microwave system now and can relay it into Columbus immediately, and it's far beyond anything I can understand. So it's a very sophisticated, complex system.
Sure.
That's right.
Yeah.
And
well, this is an immense job. You've been in the job officially for about a month, is that right?
That's right. I had been a superintendent in 3 other districts in my career, but I hadn't been a county superintendent. So this is an exciting time. I mean, there's a lot of things going on. There's a lot of things that can be done, and we're looking forward to moving into a lot of new areas.
What do you predict in the next 2 or 3 years?
Well, I think that...
Is this likely to be something that a lot of county offices will do, offering this breadth of services?
Well, I think a lot of them are starting to do that now. They're moving in those directions, and it would seem to me that our luxury is we have size and numbers. The smaller county can't move as rapidly as we can because they don't have the resources to do that, and in some cases don't have the commitment of the population to do that. But we have to tap into our area. You know, this is a vast resource of wealth of talent here in the greater Cincinnati area, and we need to move towards that direction of utilizing the talent in this community.
An immense job, and very, very interesting. Well, Jim, I want to thank you for the education I've got on an important part of the county's education here. Clearly, you folks are doing important stuff, and I hope you keep doing it.
Well, thank you very much, David.
And thanks for joining me. And thank you for joining us.
This is a production of Waycross Community Television, the cable partnership of Forest Park, Green Hills, and Springfield Township with Warner Cable. Opinions are those of the program participants and in no way represent the community governments or the cable company. If you have questions regarding this program, or if you would like to participate in the activities of Waycross Community TV, you may call 825-2429. Waycross Community Television, 2086 Waycross Road, Forest Park, Ohio, 45240.
Hello, I'm Dave Underwood. Welcome to Neighbor to Neighbor. Tonight we have 2 very important guests to those of us in Springfield Township. To my right, the administrator of Springfield Township, Joanne Moore, who has been in the township for quite a bit and has been an expert all these years, but only recently in this year, I believe, wasn't it, Frank?
January 1st.
January 1st, as of January 1st, 1990, is the highest administrative person in the township and is still doing, of course, an excellent job. And to my right, Frank Weichel, one of the 3 elected officials of Springfield Township, who is one of the 3 trustees. Welcome, both of you.
Well, thank you. Dave. We're glad to be here.
Tonight, we're going to discuss a topic that's important to a lot of people, but one that's a bit difficult to comprehend for many of us, namely zoning laws and how zoning occurs in the township and so on. Frank, would you like to get us going?
Well, I think we all realize that zoning is a very volatile subject, and it has been for a number of years. In Springfield Township, there are 2 types of zoning matters that can be brought before us. One where the township trustees have total control, and the other is where the county commissioners have control. Joanne, through her capacity as administrator and as appointed by the trustees to both of those hearing bodies, probably would be the person to get us started by giving us a history of what happens when zoning requests are filed and what the individuals have to go through to get it before the public.
Sounds good.
Well, there are two types of zoning. There's township zoning in 5 precincts, mainly the New Burlington area, and then the balance of the township is Hamilton County zoned. So when an applicant wants to apply for a zone change, if his location is within the boundaries of township zoning, he would then come to my office and file an application with me. If his property is located in the other part of the township zoned by Hamilton County, he would go down to the Hamilton County Regional Planning Office and file his application down there.
So the township gets a little bit of the zoning and the county handles the rest, is that
That's right. It was a matter of preference for the people. The people in the New Burlington area applied to the township or petitioned the township for township government back in '69. At that time, there were several developers who were building small homes. There was a fear in the community that all these small homes with large families would overcrowd schools and put a burden on the tax duplicate because there was no industrial uses there to help bear the burden. So they petitioned the township to initiate township zoning. And when they filed the petition, they filed a map of the area they wished to be zoned. So only 5 precincts, as a result, have township zoning, over which the trustees, as Mr. Weichel said, have the final say.
Well, had those 5 precincts been zoned before then?
Yes, they had been county zoned.
Or they had been?
There was a bit of a conflict because there were some parcels that were in the midst of development for subdivisions. And there was a difference in the resident districts, rules and regulations of the county, and then the residence district regulations when township zoning went into effect. So some of these matters on setback and lot size had to be worked out through an agreement.
I see. Well, Frank, you've experienced working both systems. Which one do you prefer, the township or the county?
I think both systems in Springfield Township have worked well, but at this point, as a township trustee, I like the fact that the majority of the township still is under county control. We have an option at any time where we can go to the voters and make the entire township zoning, but it's more costly to the local residents. You're going to be paying for a zoning inspector. You're going to be picking up bills that the county now picks up. We have been very fortunate in Springfield Township where we go in as township elected officials along with the community affected by a zone change, sit down with the county commissioners, present them an argument, and in almost every case that I can think of in 21 years on this board, the county commissioners have come up and said, we agree with you. As long as that responsiveness continues, I don't see an immediate change to go to township-wide zoning. Some townships have, because they didn't have that and don't have that working relationship with the county commissioners. As long as that remains, I think it's more economical to continue where we're at, as long as we continue to plan. And as we talked about before the show, we are planning because we look at corridor studies of Hamilton Avenue, corridor study of Winton Road, what we would like to see in those main thoroughfares. And at our last meeting, on the recommendation of Mrs. Moore, we just prepared a contract to do a study at Winton and Galbraith because of the cross-county coming through and how that'll affect our residents. So both have worked well for us. There have been occasions where after the matter has gone before the county commissioners and in some cases before the Board of Trustees and we've ruled on it, they've gone to court and the courts have made a change. But
so in Springfield Township, for instance, I recall a few years back before the new Kroger store went in, that would be an example.
That would be an example where the township trustees, the county commissioners, everyone said that the Kroger store should not go there. It went to court, and in fact, we have a Kroger store. On the other hand, in the New Burlington area, there was a location where they wanted a gas station. We all said we don't believe there should be a gas station there. The county commissioners agreed with that. They went to court. The court said there's a gas station should go there. I think we proved more prophetic there because after Ohio got that zone change, they never built the gas station. And
that's interesting.
That's where we're left at.
Yeah. Well, by the way, as a taxpayer and a voter, I've always appreciated the way that you trustees understand the value of a dollar, and I'm impressed by the economy of the township government, and also by the way that you people seem to get very good cooperation from other governmental agencies. So
we've been very fortunate in working hand in glove with county leaders, whether they be the county commissioners, the county engineer. All those are bills that are coming out of your tax dollars as a resident of the township, which would be double paid if we had to establish our own township zoning, or if we ever became a city. We'd have to have our own engineer, we'd have to have our own zoning, our own Board of Health. There's a lot of pluses we get out of a responsive county government.
Good point. Joanne, I wonder if you could do some of the details for us. There are several organizations and boards and the like and commissions that have a hand in zoning. There's a Rural Zoning Commission and
there's Hamilton County Planning Commission.
Planning Commission.
When a developer, an individual, files an application for a zone change with the county, they first file it with the zoning administrator. Then the matter is reviewed. The application is reviewed by Hamilton County Regional staff, which makes a recommendation to the Hamilton County Regional Planning Commission.
So, for instance, if I want to put a gas station in the front yard of my house, I would have to change the zoning of my house from residence to commercial.
Right.
So the first thing I would do would be to...
You would have to have some plans. You'd have to hire an architect or an engineer to draw up your plans. It used to be, see, there are several different kinds of districts. Single letter district, if you apply for a single letter E, retail, then you can do, if your application's granted after going through the process, you're not bound by any restrictions. You can do whatever you want. I mean, your lighting, your signage, well, not your signage because that's governed, but your walkways, you can freewheel on what you do. But now the county doesn't grant too many single letter districts anymore. They like to go to what they call a plan district, a double letter district. So for that reason, the applicant has to have an engineer or consultant architect draw up plans showing the location of the building, the setback, the lighting, the parking, everything has to be planned out. Landscaping, then they have to adhere to it. So there's some guarantee for the people, the neighbors, you know, when they see a plan, they know that if it's approved, this is what they're going to get.
I see. Now, so that's the first. So the first.
So that's the first step.
And then you go to the county
zoning administrator and file an application. This application and plans are reviewed by Hamilton County Regional Planning staff. They make a recommendation, I know this is confusing, to the Hamilton County Regional Planning Commission.
And what is their recommendation based on? Feasibility or?
They're the planners, you know, that's their avocation. And it's not only, there are a lot of factors that have to be taken into consideration. So then they generally write a staff report. They hold a meeting of the entire staff, and then they write a report which is then submitted to the commission. The commission has the advantage then of reading their recommendations. A lot of times they'll condition a zone change. They'll say it's all right if maybe they move the ingress here to match some, maybe the egress across the street, but they can condition a zone change. So then the Hamilton County Regional Planning Commission conducts a public meeting, and then they make a recommendation to the Rural Zoning Commission. Then the Rural Zoning Commission conducts a hearing in the neighborhood where the zone change is requested. This meeting is conducted by one member of the commission. Then later that month, the entire board considers the application at a public meeting. The reason for one member conducting the hearing in the neighborhood is that everyone has the opportunity to speak. No matter how many people are there and how many people want to address the board, they can all speak. But when they get downtown to the regular board meeting, then opponents and proponents are limited to 10 minutes each to state their case. So
now, Frank, the township also sponsors open forums on issues such as this, doesn't it?
Yes, and that's one of the things that Joanne was referring to. They come out into the community, they listen to us out at and there's always a representative of the township who sits in on these meetings, either a trustee or all three trustees or Joanne. We get the input from the community, we study the plans, and then we make a recommendation in writing to regional planning and then later on to the county commissioner on what we think. And the most recent example was a zone change requested at Winton and North Bend, where the professional planners voted against it. The first staff report was against it. It got all the way out to the township where there was very little opposition. And the developer made some presentations that the community seemed to like. Our board liked it. We wrote a letter to Joanne's board. They voted 3-2 to favor it. It went to the county commissioners, and despite the fact that the original planners said no, it was passed about a week and a half ago. We think it's going to be something positive for the community. It was something, again, where we had an input, and the county commissioners listened to us and the community over and above their staff because the arguments were so persuasive that the staff, in this case, looked at it perhaps too professionally. And the key to this, I really think, was that it's right on the border of the city of Cincinnati and Springfield Township. And let's be realistic, if in fact we didn't give a little bit and the community didn't give a little bit, the next step is for the guy to file an annexation into the city of Cincinnati, and then to give him anything he wanted, and we wouldn't have any control over it at all. So you take in boundaries and a lot of political factors as well as community factors when you're looking at a zoning problem.
So, but again, it sounds like you were pretty much going with what it was pretty much home rule. You were doing what the people wanted.
Absolutely. We listen.
Yeah. Joanne, tell me a bit about your involvement with these different commissions.
Well, in the township zoning, I'm secretary to the zoning board and also to the Board of Appeal. And then on the county level, I am a member of the Hamilton County Rural Zoning Commission.
So you're very well connected, as it were.
Well, as it were.
Now there are plans for most of the major arteries through Springfield Township, aren't there? Like, isn't there a Winton Road plan?
Winton Road corridor study. That was, the trustees were farsighted, I believe, and most of the townships have pursued this course. Appointed a committee comprised of different members of the community, like the school district, the business world, the realtors, the seniors, the fire departments, the churches were all represented on this committee. And we worked with a representative from Hamilton County Regional Planning to formulate what they perceived to be the course they wanted to take, Winton Road development to take.
When was this first study done?
I think this was about 5 years ago.
About 5 years ago?
At the most, maybe 4. And then we did the same thing with the Hamilton Avenue corridor study. It was a different group of people, all from the community.
Now, Frank, which part of Hamilton Avenue does the township own?
The part that concerned us was just north of what you might identify best with as a standard publishing company, the Mount Healthy Christian Home in
just north
of Mount Healthy. And we follow it all the way out to John Gray Road on the corridor that leads to the city of Fairfield. So that's
was that right?
And it bounces back and forth the line between Coleraine and Springfield Township, but our involvement was such that we didn't want to see Hamilton Avenue nor Winton Road become another Coleraine Avenue, and where the traffic is just horrendous. And we feel that the planning that we've done based on the input from the citizens, and as I say, it was a wide variety of input that we got. Realtors were invited to sit in, the churches, the schools, the homeowners, and we didn't always agree. But we got a consensus of what was going to be best for the community, and that's where we're at on both of those studies. A consensus on what's best for Springfield Township as a whole. And I think that's what we're striving for.
Sounds good. Joanne, what does the Winton Road study recommend then? Can you
Well, basically, it recommends an adherence to the residential character. Now, what we saw with Kroger's, the court enters into some of these rezonings. You must afford a property owner to sell his property and make a profit. So you just can't take a corridor study and say this is going to stay all residence district. You have to afford, especially on a heavily traveled roadway, you have to give the property owner the opportunity to make a profit when he sells his ground.
So it's really a balance between the person...
The public interest and the private interest.
Yeah, the private interest.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes for good law, doesn't it?
If you can maintain that balance.
Yes.
And not everybody agrees with this approach. Naturally, if I own property on Winton Road and had lived there for many years and see the commercialism and see the opportunity to sell my property to a business and make a profit, a considerable profit, I'm sure that we would all like to do that if we were in that position. But then you have the public interest that says, now wait a minute, we all live here too. You know, we don't want to have all this commercialism. We moved out here because we want you know, quiet, tight neighborhood. We're happy to go someplace else to shop. But it's to try, I guess, to attain a happy medium.
Well, does the Winton Road right now look pretty much the way the study says it should stay?
Well, it looks that way, but I don't know. It seems like people feel that this new connection of the cross county is going to add to the viability for commercial development of Winton Road. And we're
Winton Road is already very well traveled, isn't it?
It is. The intersection of Winton Road and Galbraith, Winton and North Bend, and Winton and Compton are probably 3 of the 5 heaviest traveled intersections in Hamilton County with traffic. And there is some indication that the cross-county highway may relieve some of that. I am not an advocate of the cross-county highway. There's no way I think we're going to stop the cross-county highway, but I think that the tax dollars that are being millions and millions put into that so that a driver can save a half a mile, there's a lot better way that Governor Celeste could spend those tax dollars.
Well, I know when I moved into Finneytown 22 years ago, cross-county was imminent, and it's still imminent.
Well, they developed this last section, which comes up to the township line down off through Vine Street, and there's no question that they're going to be moving up towards Finneytown. When they do, we're going to lose 5 baseball fields for the kids at the Argo Fields. And that's a different story and a different subject, and I won't get on it other than to say it's another example, I think, where the state could better spend your and my tax dollars. But I know I'll get arguments from that from a lot of people.
Well, as an old soccer coach, or a former soccer coach, I guess I'm both an old former soccer coach. I know that the township is always could use some more fields, and there have been times that it's been quite pressed. But so it sounds like this is a very tempting area for further commercialization because of the traffic.
We hear reports already that some of the fast food stores have been going through the neighborhood and saying, I would like an option on your piece of property if, in fact, Cross County gets up here, and if, in fact, we can get a zone change, we would buy it for X number of dollars. we can't tie it down. I don't think there's anything illegal about it. Bob Evans is one of them that we've heard that would certainly like to be up in that general area. But I think this planning that we authorized at the last meeting, a study by a professional group, will put us ahead of what's going on, and if in fact they do get up there. They'll recommend what would be in the best interest of the community economically, traffic safety-wise, and so forth. And then we can use that argument with the county commissioners when it does come time for a zone change and so forth. We'd rather go in prepared so that they can continue to work with us than unprepared and have an inconvenience or something in the community that we really don't want.
Absolutely. Joanne, do you think that the system works pretty well for us? How long have you been on these commissions and boards and the like?
I've been on the, well, I've served with the township zoning for like 15 years.
Mm-hmm.
But I've only been a member of Hamilton County for about 4 now.
Mm-hmm. Does that seem to work well?
I think it does. It all depends on what side of the fence you're on, though. You know, if you're the applicant and the board doesn't see eye to eye and doesn't grant your zone change or imposes so many conditions that you're not happy with it, you know. But I think it's a very fair procedure because of the number of boards that the application proceeds through before the final decision's made. You have a lot of input.
So you really do get a lot of
Yeah, you
different
get a lot of
perspectives,
input.
don't you? Yeah.
There's a new law that makes it a little tougher on township trustees and county commissioners too, because there's a court ruling that says if we deny zoning without having proper reasons, and we cost you dollars, they not only can sue the township, but they could sue the board member personally. So maybe that's one of the reasons that we like to be prepared with our case when we go in and make a recommendation, that it isn't done frivolously. Because there are cases pending in Hamilton County courts now where a developer wanted a zone change, didn't get it, and sued the denying board. So you have to be kind of careful.
Well, that adds even more interest to your job as trustee, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
I'm a bit surprised about that, because I would think that normally the status quo around zoning would predominate, and you'd have to give strong evidence to change the situation.
Well, we haven't faced it here in Springfield Township, but Sycamore Township, Blue Ash, some of those other communities that made denials have run into that. The cases went right into common pleas court. I don't think there's a judgment here in Hamilton County yet, but there has been judgments in state courts in Ohio where the board, they said, acted frivolously, and they allowed them to have a recovery of the money that the applicant said he lost.
Might have made by selling it. Joanne, how many zoning changes in the commercial? Do zoning changes always go towards commercial from residential?
That or subdivision, you know, or multiple housing.
So it's not too often that you see a commercial property turned back into a residence, is that right?
Never.
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 I guess the biggest one we got pending in Springfield Township, or will soon pend, is what we all might remember as Old Girls Town at Winton and North Bend. That has stood as a church property for years. There's a developer interested in that.
In a planned development of some sort?
Planned development, and we've been talking to him, and he's been talking to the county, and we've had meetings with the Civic Association, both of View Place, which is directly adjacent to it. We've had meetings with the Finneytown Civic Association, which is going to have some input on it. The developer has drastically reduced his density, which has concerned both communities. I think we started out at 12 or 13, and now we're down to 8 and falling. traffic problem there because of Xavier High School
Yes.
is a concern. So you got
big bend in the road.
Yeah, you've got a lot of concerns that we take a look at in that, from traffic to density and how many people we're going to put into that kind of a project.
Well, we only have about a minute left. I know this is a difficult thing to summarize. I know as a resident, I've always, and I've been here for quite a while, I've always been very pleased by the predictability of developments in the township, and I commend you people for making it that way.
Well, we appreciate hearing that, and we would urge anyone who's going to be affected by a zone change to let us know. If they can't make a meeting when it's going to be held, call Joanne at the township at 522-1410, or write the Board of Trustees and put their objections into writing. And in all cases, even if we don't agree with what that resident is saying in his letter, we'll forward that letter to the proper governmental bodies so that they would have the benefit of that input.
That's true. You people have always been excellent at working with the citizens. Well, I want to thank you very much for being with us and sharing some of the thoughts about zoning. Big issue, complicated issue, and one that I think you people are doing an excellent job on. So, as a citizen, I thank you. Okay. And thank you for watching Neighbor to Neighbor.
This is a production of Waycross Community Television, the cable partnership of Forest Park, Green Hills, and Springfield Township with Warner Cable. Opinions are those of the program participants and in no way represent the community governments or the cable company. If you have questions regarding this program, or if you would like to participate in the activities of Waycross Community TV, you may call 825-2429. Waycross Community Television, 2086 Waycross Road, Forest Park, Ohio, 45240.
Hello, I'm Dave Underwood, your host of Neighbor to Neighbor. As you know, Neighbor to Neighbor is on public access, and I think it's very appropriate after all these many years of public access and Neighbor to Neighbor that we talk to some of the people who really make public access and particularly Waycross work. To my far right, our guest is Chris Knight, who's not only a seasoned veteran of volunteerism, but also, as of a year ago, if I'm not mistaken, a member of the Public Access Cable Board as well.
6 months or so, yeah.
6 months. Okay, Chris. And to my near right is Julie Williams, whose official title is Studio Operations Supervisor, but who actually does an immensely good job of getting people to do the work to make public access possible here and to make Waycross the excellent organization that it is. Welcome.
Hi. Thank you.
Julie, maybe we could start with you and you can kind of explain to us what a Waycross is.
Okay, that's pretty broad, but basically what we do is we train volunteers and all kinds of producers from Green Hills, Forest Park, and Springfield Township how to produce programs for the cable access channels. Like we've got a crew here tonight of volunteers who are running cameras, directing, switching, yay, running audio, and doing all the work. And I just sit back and watch them. And it's
well,
fun.
that's not quite true, but for those of you watching, the thing you may not realize is that as we speak, the three of us speaking up here, we have a very easy job. There are actually 8 people, 3 people running the 3 cameras, and 5 people in the back who are putting all the electronics together in magic and mysterious ways that actually lead up to the program that you see. One of Julie's principal jobs, well, Julie has lots of principal jobs, don't you? One of them is training volunteers,
Right,
is that correct?
Training volunteers, and we have a staff, a training supervisor, Chip Berquist, and technical supervisor Dave Conradi. He's here working overtime as usual tonight, and administrative specialist Tila Kellner Angel, and the coordinator of the studio, Greg Vaughter. The 3 of us, Dave, Chip, and myself, do most of the training. Actually, the 2 guys do most of the training, but we teach everyone how to operate the cameras, remote equipment that goes out to shoot council meetings or whatever they want to shoot out in the field somewhere, and editing equipment. So.
And there are a number of reasons for doing public access. To try to put it as shortly as possible, I suppose, it's a way for us to get coverage of a lot of things that a commercial TV network probably wouldn't pick up. Things like council meetings.
Right.
And the like.
It's your window on your local community, as I always look at it. People can see all different types of things that are going on in their local community. We get volunteers to do all kinds of school programming, everything from school concerts, ballet recitals, all kinds of sporting events. We do sports, and we love our sports.
And I was at a Finneytown high school orchestra year-end concert, and I noticed that the van that we have was there recording that for posterity as well.
We have a mobile production van, and we take out usually 3 or 4, sometimes 5 cameras, and produce these community events, a lot of school productions. We also do summer festivals, parades, Little League baseball games, government meetings, school board meetings, everything.
So I think that's aptly put. It is a way to put a window on the community.
Right.
Julie, just very briefly, I know you do a bunch of stuff. Could you run through a few other things you do?
Well, I put together a newsletter, quarterly newsletter, and that is kind of our outreach to our volunteers and producers, and we kind of let them know what's going on in the studio, and we highlight volunteers, people who have done a lot of work for us.
People like, for instance,
Chris over here. Like Chris, yeah.
I need a little supervision now and then.
Yeah. I also do some other publications, a monthly calendar I send out, and that keeps people in touch with what's going on. Also coordinate, which is upcoming, is the volunteer recognition ceremonies, and it will be our 6th annual event, and it's our big celebration for the year, and we recognize over 100 volunteers for volunteering that's kind of redundant, but people who have helped us over the year, and we will be recognizing over 100 volunteers.
About how many new programming hours per month does Waycross put out now?
Well, when you say Waycross, there are volunteers producing programs, and then we also have a group of people, or just people who come in and produce their own thing. And so there are probably maybe 80 hours a month.
So that's about enough for our very own channel, if we wanted to look at it that way. You could just watch it practically all the time and hardly ever see it.
I know, I could.
There you go, Chris. And one of the most impressive things, of course, is I suspect one of the hardest things in your job is making sure that on things such as this, or community events or basketball games, that you can actually get crews together to cover things.
Getting crews and coordinating the whole production, setting up when we get into the buildings, and making sure we've got access to power and I can't even think of everything, but just making local contact with the person in charge of wherever we are going, making sure we can get in, and just setting all those kinds of things up.
It must be a tough job. How do you get people to volunteer?
I think you know the answer.
Is it true, ladies and gentlemen, that there have been times when Julie here has promised dates to people so they would show up and stuff? But it's as I can well imagine, that it's a very difficult thing to fit together and get the right number of people in the right places at the right time.
Yeah, a lot of times I've really gotten to know who likes to do what types of productions, and I even know people's hours, when they're free and when they're working, and I can pretty much call one or two people and find a volunteer for a production now. Sometimes it's harder, but
sometimes it depends on what the production is. Some productions don't draw the big crowds, volunteer crowds.
Yeah.
Well, Chris, as I recall, you're a seasoned veteran of volunteerism. Didn't you start quite a while ago?
It's about 7 years. I think it was, 82, 83, right after this place got built. There was nothing here. I mean, they had the whole back room, which is now, belongs to the repair department back there. It used to be a little office. There was one little table back there. And we learned Porta-Pack and went out and did our first little production.
And what's a Porta-Pack?
Porta-Pack was, before they had the camcorders now, there's a Porta-Pack where you have a deck and a camera, and there's a little cord that goes between it, and it's little tube cameras, and it's the old stuff that and you have to learn how to use that before anything else, and you can move to 3/4 inch, and eventually studio. But, we were 14 years old. We did almost all of our stuff on Porta-Pack.
Oh, you were 14 years old
when we started this. Yeah,
that's right. Your first show was
14 years old. Right. The first show we did was Real Game, and it was a little action-adventure thing. And that's the whole reason we got into it, because we wanted to do a movie. So we got our little costumes together, and we did about a 12-minute video. And we have never done anything like that before. So we went out and shot about 2 hours worth of video and came back and edited it down to 12 minutes. And we couldn't believe, wait a minute, it's supposed to be about an hour-long movie here. What's going on?
Yeah, that's the surprising thing. People don't realize how much work goes
There's
into
a lot of footwork and a lot of stuff you don't see on TV. That there's people who've been here an hour before the show started, and they'll probably be here, half hour, 45 minutes after the show ends, and none of that goes on TV, and that's a big part of the job.
Well, I understand if we're good, you may show us a sample of some of your more
we brought along
recent work.
Something, another action adventure kind of thing, except this one's a little bit shorter. It's half as short. It's 6 minutes long. It's called Logie's Walk, and we did a kind of a takeoff of the horror movie genre that you've seen, the Jason, the hockey mask guys and everything. We had a lot of fun. This is just for fun. I don't know, I guess they got the tape rolling. Go ahead and roll the tape. It's in black and white, so you don't adjust your TV.
Very nice. Well done.
We did that at about 3 o'clock in the morning downtown Cincinnati, and we waited till we got, there's little traffic and no people around. So, 3 o'clock in the morning downtown Cincinnati sounds kind of scary, but believe it or not, cops drove by. We have a hockey mask guy on, standing there by a car, and we're doing one of the scenes, with a car, and hockey mask guys walking across the parking lot. Cops drove by. We didn't care. So, but that has like a little surprise ending. But I'm not gonna tell you how it ends. You gotta watch the midnight hour.
The midnight hour.
Midnight hour is on Wednesdays and Fridays. Wednesdays at 7, Fridays at Wednesdays at 10, Friday at 7.
Right. Wednesdays at 10, Friday at 7.
Right here.
Right here.
Right here.
Public access channel.
That's another big show that I'm involved with, and we have a good time with that.
Yeah. Well, as it's obvious to me that you volunteers achieve very professional quality.
We try. Yeah. We really haven't done a lot of work independently up until this last year. I've had a lot of time, some extra time on my hands. So it does take time and takes a lot of coordination. We only had maybe 3 or 4 people, actually about 5 people work on that. And it takes a lot of time to get those people coordinated, just like it takes time to, for like Julie, trying to get people on a shoot like this. I play Julie's role in trying to get people to work on my shoots, or a group of people together.
Well, Julie, it seems to me that there are a fair number of people who find that this is a very fulfilling hobby and really stay with Waycross for quite a long period of time. Isn't that right?
Yeah, that's true. We've had a group of people, not a lot, but maybe about 15 people who have been with us for 5 or 6 years, since I've been around or longer. And it's amazing. They just keep coming back. They're gluttons for punishment, I think.
Well, I'm sure that's an excellent way to continue building the quality of the programming. And it's obvious if you've been around long enough to see the beginnings of Waycross up to now.
Watch some of the basketball games now that we did last season. They're very, very good.
Yeah.
I tuned in one night. I was flipping channels, and I came across one of our orchestra concerts, and I really, because I had earlier seen an orchestra symphony on PBS, and I flipped through and I thought it was on PBS. And then I said, wait a minute, that's Finneytown High School.
That's us.
And it looked really good. I was really impressed.
Yeah.
So.
Lots of awards coming in for that stuff.
Well, that's true. There are regional
regional awards.
Awards programs for
hometown and Philo.
Public access, and Waycross has done very well.
Just take a look at the wall out there and see what we've done.
Right. But that's not our main thrust, too. Another thing that we really encourage people is just to get involved and to get experience and to have fun. We want people to come out and enjoy themselves, make friends, and get experience.
That's an interesting point. There are probably a lot of you who are watching us as we speak, and who are thinking this might be a fun activity, and it probably is.
Definitely is.
What might they do if they want to get more involved? And this would include training, right?
Right. Well, first of all, to get involved here, they need to be residents of Green Hills, Forest Park, and Springfield Township. Although we'll take volunteers from just about anywhere, really. I think we've got a few residents outside of our area, or volunteers outside of our area here. But they can call the Waycross studio at 825-2429, and we can sign them up for training and whatever they want to take. We've got the portable production classes and the studio classes, and we'll get them started. And then from then on, it's up to them how much time they want to put in.
Julie will be calling you.
Right, and if you say you want to volunteer, you're on my list, and I'll give you a call.
So we'll show that number once more at the end of the show. I've been involved with this for a number of years myself. Not nearly as much as Chris and Julie, but it's a nice thing to do. It's a lot of fun.
Well, you've hosted some other shows too. The election forums. We did those. That was an important project that we did. We invited local candidates running for office and had hopefully some viewership and of all the candidates running for school board and council.
Yeah, those are some of the things that are very helpful, we hope, to the people in the area. Well, what do you like best about this job, Julie? You've been here For 6 years.
5.
5 years?
Yes, 5 years. I can't believe it. I think the most satisfaction I get is just helping people in the studio, editing their project or helping them with the production. I don't do a lot of that, but I think I get a lot of satisfaction out of training people and helping people.
Mm-hmm. And obviously you do a very good job because things are very professional.
Well, I can't take the full credit for that. There is another crew or staff that does a whole lot of training.
Yeah,
So,
the rest of the staff does an extremely good job, too.
yeah, and we've been real lucky. We've had a lot of good staff over the years.
And the staff people that do leave go on to do pretty important jobs. Good
Yep.
places.
Yep.
So some of the volunteers use this as a way to get involved in working for
Either the networks, the affiliates, in town, 5912, or
Or
independents.
Some branch off and do their freelance videographers or producers.
I'm going to school for in broadcasting, and being around the students at school, I every time people ask how you get experience, how are you going to get to do this? You got to have hands on. I tell them just go to the either Waycross or go to the public access studio near them, because you're going to get more hands-on experience there than you will at school, in any school.
Right.
It's just the way to go. It's the only way I could see to go, to get the experience.
Well, it's obvious from watching the clip of your what was the name of it?
Logie's Walk.
Yes, that you've developed quite an eye for production.
We're working on it.
Camera work and the like. Well, Julie, there are several kind of regular programs that Waycross puts on. What are some of those?
Okay. The one that pops right to my head is called Your Turn, and it's a show. It's a weekly show put on by senior citizens, although they don't like to be called senior citizens. They call themselves senior sages, and
I like it.
they're in here every week, and they're all older adults, and they produce programming on everything from exercises for seniors to some real serious issues on Alzheimer's disease and incontinence, and they go out and shoot the Senior Olympics with some help from us. They do everything that affects seniors. Stress-related programs.
Very valuable show.
Yeah, and in fact, it has been nominated for 4 years now for a hometown, in the Hometown USA Video Festival, which is a national video competition. So they have been a finalist.
That's excellent.
Which is,
so it's one of the best shows in the country, basically.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
And that's one of the programs. And these people, they're in here every week doing their program. And that's what I wanted to say before. This isn't just for, like Chris, it is for people who are interested in broadcasting, but we don't want to limit it just to those people.
Most people aren't. I don't know very many
right.
who really are.
Most of the people are your local citizens who just want to produce a program about some community group that they're involved with in, like the Boy Scouts or their school PTA or something like that. So it's for everybody. Anybody who wants to get their message out to the community, we'll teach them. The technology is pretty easy now.
It's a lot easier than it was 7 years ago, I think.
Yeah, the quality of the cameras.
The quality's better and it's easier.
Is much
Yeah,
better
I mean, it's basically, we teach people how to use a camcorder. It's about this big and weighs about 2 pounds. They can go out and
with people
shoot
having their own
something.
camcorders nowadays, it's even easier. I mean, a lot of people don't even have to take the equipment out. They can produce their tapes, come in here and edit it and throw it on. And it's just as good as a lot of the stuff that
Although
people have
judging
been
from
making.
Judging from my personal experience, there's a certain amount of practice with an expert that helps, or else the scenes bounce all over the place.
Yeah.
I think Julie's pretty good at mixing the crews up. I mean, you get some people who've been around for a while, and and the director will. If we have a new director, you'll have some people, experienced camera people that kind of carry him a little bit. Or if you have a new camera person, the director knows how to help that person or give that person a little bit of time to work it out, and that's how you learn.
Like tonight, I know we're being signaled here 2 minutes, it looks like. But tonight, the director, this is only his second time directing. So he better not be screwing up.
Well,
But Aaron Ripley, and a lot of our crew people are pretty new too. So, but they're all doing a great job.
Yeah, I've noticed a phenomenal number of new crew. So I know you people do a lot of training, and judging by the product of what goes on the air, it's good training. Well, since our time is running short, I thought we might, for those of you who are watching and are interested in getting involved in what's a lot of fun and could be an interesting hobby, maybe we could flash that number once more on the screen. That number to call if you're interested in learning about how to be a volunteer, or if you're interested in particular issues, is 825-2429. Julie, as Julie indicated, there are some groups that, as a community service, get their own volunteers together and put on some very interesting and informative information. So if you're a member of a group like that, this is 825-2429 is probably a good number to call. Find out some more about Waycross, because Waycross is an excellent facility. And part of the reason, of course, is because of excellent volunteers like Chris Knight.
I have to come to the Country Club of Public Access.
That's right. That's what we're known as, the Country Club.
And our studio operations supervisor, Julie Williams, who does an excellent job of training, motivating, and making things go very well. So thank you very much for being on this show, because you people are the kinds of people who make this show possible, after all. And thank you for watching.
This is a production of Waycross Community Television, the cable partnership of Forest Park, Green Hills, and Springfield Township with Warner Cable. Opinions are those of the program participants and in no way represent the community governments or the cable company. If you have questions regarding this program, or if you would like to participate in the activities of Waycross Community TV, you may call 825-2429. Waycross Community Television, 2086 Waycross Road, Forest Park, Ohio, 45240.
Hello, I'm Dave Underwood. Welcome to Neighbor to Neighbor. Today we have two people who are good friends of Springfield Township and very helpful to all of us. To my far right, Joanne Moore, who is administrator of Springfield Township, and to my immediate right, Carl Abel, one of the three township trustees who do so much for us. Welcome, both of you.
Thank you, Dave. We were scheduled to do a program this evening on zoning, but with the disaster that came up over the weekend, you felt and we felt it would be better for us to go through the problems the township has in such an incident, and also to try to relieve the problems of the citizens that were involved in it. So we're happy to be here and try to give you some answers, and the people out there the answers to some of the questions that might have come up and what happens in a disaster of this type.
Thank you, Carl. I think that would be very appropriate. I noticed while reading through the newspaper today about the tornado, particularly that hit Pleasant Run Farms, among other places, that Springfield Township was one of the few municipal bodies that was actually mentioned in person. So I think you folks do have a good story to tell on how you're helping us. But first, just for some background, some of our volunteers went out today to Pleasant Run Farms to give everyone a taste of what actually happened. So if we can, we'll take a look at that tape first, and then we'll get back to find out what the township's doing.
Good.
Hi, thanks for talking with us. I know you've been asked a lot of questions already, and it's sort of an awful way to become a celebrity, isn't it?
Right, it is. It is.
Tell me about where you were, how you found out what was going to be happening, and how everybody was saved and that kind of thing.
Okay, well, my son and I were in the kitchen, and we had everything ready. We had the radios ready and candles and things to take down in the basement if we needed to go down.
So you heard that there was a storm coming.
Right, right. And my husband helped us get everything ready, and my daughter was sleeping upstairs. So he went upstairs and he said, I'm going to go up and listen to the radio up there so I can be close to her in case something does happen. And if we hear the sirens again, we'll go downstairs. So we didn't hear anything, you know, and all of a sudden it was real. We had the doors open. We were watching outside. It was real calm and everything. And then the next thing we know, we looked outside and the trees were bent all different ways. And it was just, something was awesome, you know, and the noise level was, you could hear the wind picking up and everything was going. And it was like 2 minutes later, we were downstairs. We were screaming for them to come downstairs. They couldn't hear us upstairs because of the noise upstairs was much louder than what we were experiencing in the back of the house. And the window crashed in on Tim, and he ran over to get my daughter, and the only thing they could do was go under the bed. So she went under the bed, he put her under the bed, and he crawled like under the shelf in her closet. And that's what saved them. The ceiling caved in. They got hit with different things, but both of them are okay. It was awful sitting in the basement knowing they were upstairs and you're downstairs, and you know, my son and I were okay, but he and my daughter are upstairs, and you just don't know what they are. It's in your house, and you have no control over nature, and nothing.
Oh, yeah.
You know, it was just the worst feeling, and you think the worst. You think silly thoughts like, oh well, they just, you know, they're just taking their time getting down here. You know, everything's okay.
How long was it before between the time you first knew that there was something hitting the house and how long was it before you knew they were all right?
I haven't, time frame, I have no idea.
Right.
It seemed an eternity, but I'm sure it was only a few minutes.
Yeah.
You could feel, you could hear all different sounds, things falling, people, you know, when you think back, when we all talk to each other, what we heard, what we saw, all the feelings, all the emotions that you go through while you're experiencing this, it's just really different, not something you can tell people about.
Yeah.
Just really weird. It was, but the worst feeling was not knowing where they were and what was happening upstairs.
Sure.
But all the noise you could hear, you knew something was going on. But
well, now you're watching parts of your house being put into a
awful.
dumpster.
This is the worst.
Is that right?
Well, you know, yesterday we were just so happy to be alive and everybody was feeling good. But now,
Quite a scene.
Now.
That was Greg Vaughter, the public access coordinator, who actually picked up a crew of people to go out and get some very fresh footage on what happened at Pleasant Run Farms. Carl, would you like to say a bit about what's going on there?
Well, I think we probably should start at the beginning. It's right after the tornado hit. Our police department actually, and being a township police department, we were self-contained and we could put their people in the area right away. And their job is to secure the area and seal it off and let only the people that actually live in the area be permitted in. That would be the first thing. And secondly is that then they would check for injuries and anything else of that nature. This has to be done before we can get in with any of the road people or whatever to start the cleanup. Now, being happened in the evening, late evening, and being dark with a number of trees down, there were a lot of live wires. Our road department was up there at about 12:45 Sunday morning, and they worked till about 3 in the morning and knocked it off because of the large number of many wires that were down. And CG&E was not out there to shut off the power, and they weren't able to do any more that evening or that morning, actually, in the darkness without endangering lives of their own. So they had to wait until the early morning and continue. What we had was...
I'm a little surprised that they got there so early, because 1:30, I think, is just when the tornado watch went off and the tornado warning went on.
No, the tornado warning went off around 11, I think. And I think it might have actually struck around 11:30. I'm not sure. But
So they were right on the scene immediately after the tornado. That's very impressive. How did they know to get there?
Well, naturally alert, and our police department informs our road superintendent, Irv Cattleman, who does an excellent job for us, and he in turn rounded the troops up, got them out of bed and up to the area.
Quite a job. And you know, one of the things that I reflect about in cases like this is I'm sure that police are very important to have on the scene there, and our township is fortunate to have its own police department. The sheriff's department does a fine job for the township, but they're spread out along a very large area. And in a case like this, it's very helpful to have township police that you
Well,
can
that's
rely
true.
on.
You mentioned the sheriff's department. Now, they do an excellent job for the county, but they do nothing for us as a township since we have our own police department, unless we require and request them. So just to clarify that. But then, you know, as the process, as the proceedings go on in this thing, and what has happened with our road crew, naturally, after surveying the situation, and as we called a special meeting and passed a resolution declaring it a disaster area. This is done to get federal funds involved if it can be worked out, which I think it will be. And we had the state brought in 3 trucks to help our road department, but our road department's been up there, I guess, Joanne, how many hours on it?
They're working 10 hours a day, and they're just really clearing brush right now, but the ultimate responsibility probably for all the debris will fall on our shoulders.
And that's something that has to be done, or else people can't move around.
Well, they did arrange to have packers come in. You know, you have to time things.
Now, what's a packer?
Garbage packer.
Oh,
A big garbage truck.
one of those big...
From Rumpke.
I see.
And we use those, if you recall the ice storm we had back in October of '89.
Oh, yes, very well.
The amount of damage done, and that was primarily trees and shrubs and what have you, and it was tremendous. And that project, we had Rumpke in with their packers, besides our own people. And at that time, it took us about almost a month to get the entire cleanup, that was throughout the whole township, where here we're unfortunately, and fortunate in a sense, it was isolated just in this Pleasant Run area. But at that time, our total cost for that ran around $40,000 just to Rumpke alone for the packers. Now that same operations here, because you can use those packer trucks and throw a lot of tree limbs and what have you and compress them, and you can get a lot more in. Now they did bring up the big bins to throw in, but primarily wanted to use those for any structural damage that was thrown around, because tree limbs would pack those in a hurry. But you could throw the heavy stuff, and I think our assistant police chief arranged those on different locations throughout the subdivision, and they were primarily in the areas where the heavy damage was done to the residents of the area, not particularly tree limbs and what have you, but actual destruction of homes. I think I talked with our police chief, or assistant police chief, David Heimpold, and there were, in his count, 6 homes that he thought were totaled, one that was a possibility, and they had a number of 261 homes that actually had damage in the area. And then you had also the 5 stores up in the shopping center on Hamilton, just above Kemper. So it just struck a quite intensive area through there, and it's unfortunate, but we try to do our job and get out as quickly as we can, so it makes the people, the neighbors, and try to resolve and help them with the problems that they have.
Well, I'm always impressed by the kind of things that the township does, and we've talked about things like community development funds and the day-to-day administration. But this is especially impressive, I think, when such a small, efficient organization as yours can jump right in an issue like this.
Well, thank you. I think it shows the nature of our police department. They're very professional. Again, they had the area sealed off, and then even last night we just had 2 men assigned with cars up here, since there's still a lot of electric out in the area, and they kept their flashing lights on, just patrol the area, so if anyone had a problem, they could run out and stop them. So we feel very happy to have that type of an organization, and I can't say enough for our road department, because when the snow and the ice hits, they're out there regardless.
Yeah, they are. That's true. They are used to getting up at strange times in the night or the morning, aren't they?
And working long hours
Yes.
until things are resolved.
Well, what do you, Carl and Joanne, what do you see in the future around particularly the tornado issue? What other organizations are involved, and how do you people help to coordinate this?
Well, there aren't too many. The Hamilton County has a civil defense coordinator, and he was with us on the meeting Sunday. Generally, this it was started maybe 8-9 years ago in case of an atomic attack or something of that nature. And the meetings were more often or frequent than they are now. And the only reason they have meetings right at this particular time is for chemical spills or something where you have to evacuate an entire area, because then you get involved where you put the people and where they're housed. And again, in those meetings, the number one people they call in are the police department, with our police chief, and the fire departments, because they are the ones that really have to have the hands-on and the emergency treatment as it right there at their fingertips. So the trustees more or less leave that end of it to the department heads, because they're capable and they actually run the show.
Mm-hmm.
You know, sort of an interesting aside, our police chief was personally involved. He lives on John Gray Road.
Oh.
And so he was sort of in an area that also suffered damage, and he had just purchased a new RV, which was turned over on its side.
Oh, my.
So there was a little bit of a personal interest there.
Yes. Oh, my. Well, the township has to foot most of the bill for something like this by itself, doesn't it?
Most of it is done by the town. Well, in essence, it's the taxpayers of the township, but it's up to us to get it completed and get everything back to normal as quickly as possible.
Mm-hmm.
So that's our biggest job right now, and naturally the residents, and we feel certainly sorry for the people who were affected, and it's just a matter of them getting back in with their insurance company and getting back on their feet as quickly as possible. And what we try to do is naturally relieve them of everything the township can do as far as getting the streets open and getting rid of the rubbish and things of that nature.
Mm-hmm. And I understand that right before you folks showed up here for this program that you were making a personal inspection of the place.
Yes, we rode around the area down there and looked at it. And a lot of people, I have to give the citizens up here a lot of praise, because a lot of the homes have already had repairs being made, roofs being put on, and cleaning their yards. And I think, you know, a disaster of this nature brings the community closer.
Yes,
talking to some of the residents out there, they meet people they haven't met before, and it gets to be a little more pleasant for the people that were involved.
And I'm sure everyone is impressed on considering what a bad thing happened, how everyone's doing their best.
Right.
The men that were doing traffic duty, the people, the residents, were so appreciative that they were bringing them food. An entire meal complete with dessert. I think that says something for the community too.
Yes, it does.
You know.
And for the job that those people were doing.
Right.
I think our assistant chief, though, he was complaining he didn't find this out. He was being on a command post and he was starving until he found out.
He wanted to do traffic duty too.
But no, it's commendable for our patrolmen and the neighbors that responded so well too. So making the best out of the worst is what we're trying to do, and the neighbors certainly have helped do that too.
Yes, indeed. Well, Joanne, even though you're the new administrator for the township, you're really an old hand around Springfield Township, aren't you?
I'm afraid so. I think I'm the oldest employee still with the township.
Well,
in terms of years served.
We like to talk about that as being the most experienced rather than oldest.
Yeah, I've been there 23 years.
Well, you were there as a secretary for
My official title, since all the township could hire, was a timekeeper. I started off with the title timekeeper. And then problems in the township have magnified and grown through the years. The demands are greater. And as the demands increased, the trustees were forced to delegate more authority, you know.
Well, if this township, Carl, as I recall, if this township were incorporated, it would be about the size of, wouldn't it be the largest city in the county other than Cincinnati?
I think
It's
Coleraine
quite
would have
Well,
that
that's another
distinction.
township. Norwood, I think, would probably
Norwood,
be on a
okay.
plane with Norwood.
Be about the size of Norwood. So there are a lot of people that live here.
42,000.
Yeah. That's quite a decent sized place. And of course, since it's a township as opposed to an incorporated area, and there are some limitations, are there not, Carl, on things that a township can do?
Well, that's true, and we've discussed them before, and basically we are administrators. The trustees are administrators, since we're governed by the revised code of the state of Ohio. We cannot pass any laws. We cannot tax people in reference to other than road tax or something like that for repairment of roads. So we're limited. They've been fighting a House bill for years, home rule bill through the House for years. Thought we almost had this year, which would give us some limited authority, such as passing curfews and a number of other things, but nothing really from the standpoint that would give us any power as far as taxing people, etc.
Well, Joanne, how do you like your new job, or does it feel like a new job?
In some ways it does. And in others it's sort of old shoe. It's still, I feel like
Well,
I was...
Since you've always been there answering the phone forever, and you're the person for a number of years that I've dealt with, it seems like you've always run the place, but I suppose...
I enjoy it, I really do. It becomes second nature. No day is the same. There's always different problems every day. You think you've heard them all, and then you pick up the phone and it's something new and different altogether. So there's always a challenge.
And the township really does do a surprising number of things, considering the size of the administrators.
Well, we do, again, with the roads and the police department, and we do have the parks and recreational facilities that we have to maintain, and naturally that's one of our big items, to make sure that the children of the township have a proper playgrounds and what have you. And we've had a lot of controversy on one, if you well know, of the famous Borrow Pit. They do have some backstops and benches up there now, but the township has not taken the ground as yet. There still are some minor things that we feel have to be done before we can accept it. And when we accept it, we want it to be an asset to the township, not a liability. So we're looking at it quite thoroughly to make sure it is. Some people will still say, well, it's going to be a liability, but I think on the overall looking at it, the fact that it will be used by children who are the upcoming of the community, it's a benefit, and that's what we're trying to establish here. So we feel that, after all, the young people deserve a place to play, and I think we, as you know, the George Charles Field, or park up here in the Pleasant Run area, is an excellent facility, and the people of the Pleasant Run Civic Association has done an excellent job in organizing, maintaining, and the township certainly is happy with them, and I'm sure that they're happy with us from the standpoint that we did purchase the ground and we put a lot of money in it, and I think it shows the cooperation between the citizens and government. And when people in the citizens of the area take a hand and help and coordinate the operation, it works much more smoothly than if someone is always out there picking away while the political subdivision or parties aren't doing the job that the people, well, this could be on and on, but when they work hand in hand, you've accomplished something, and this we're proud of.
Yeah, I understand what you mean, because it seems like cooperation has been the norm in the township for a number of years.
Well, you know, that's what they say is supposedly so good about township government. It's supposed to be so close to the people, and the trustees are supposed to be so accessible. You know, you can call our office and I can put you in touch with a trustee if it's necessary. So that's one of the pluses of township government.
I've noticed you trustees put a lot of time in on your job too. You must make hundreds of thousands of dollars a year.
Well, no, the pay isn't that great. I think when I started 14 or 15 years ago, I figured out I was working for less than minimum wage, maybe around $2 an hour. But the thing that has now and what we do, we spend a lot of time there, yes. And I usually stop in every morning and to make sure everything's going. And that way it takes out a lot off of Joanne, and we don't have to have a lot of special meetings to answer. If someone calls in the phone, and we can give them an answer right now. And people like this, and that's a response that they want. And I think that's why we feel that we're obligated to do that. And I have no problem with that.
Grassroots government.
Joanne, what do you do most of the day? Are you basically a coordinator of everything that's going on?
A liaison between the residents and the board. There are many things that come up during the day that I can take care of and help people with on my own. You know, talk to people at the county level, or give advice, or, you know, settle problems. It's only on those that really require decision making that I have to go to the board. So basically, I have a phone stuck to my ear all day.
Well, that's true, and she does have access to all the county, because, you know, we're governed again by county building inspectors, and people might want to have put an addition on their home. We cannot issue the permit, but Joanne can give them the party down in Hamlin County with a number and so forth, and try to give them all the service we can in that respect.
Well, and that's an important point, because I know one of the things that the township is not doesn't have direct responsibility for is zoning. And very recently there have been some issues around zoning of the Winton Road corridor that originally we had intended to discuss, and I want to get you folks back soon so that we can still do that, because that's an important issue. I've seen in a number of cases that while you don't have direct responsibility, you do have some say-so over what goes on there.
Right, we'll listen and you know, zoning is an interesting thing, because I've always said zoning is 90% emotional and 10% factual. And I think that's a good topic for discussion on this show, just to explain the avenues and what happens in zoning, etc. And we'd be happy to do that at another time for you.
Yeah, I suspect that would be a good 30 minutes by itself, because there is a zoning plan for the Winton Road corridor.
Well, right, we have a Winton Road corridor study that was done, and also one on Hamilton Avenue, which has already been passed and adopted. And this one, I think, is adopted. It was passed by regional, but we, the trustees, have not really adopted a final plan on it, because there were some changes just made recently. Is that right, Joanne, in the last 2 months? And I know with this particular case, and the zoning would have been appropriate also, because we have 3 different areas right now that are up for zoning, and they're interesting, you know, as to what's going on there.
Well, Carl, I know I know you do have a full-time job and are busy a lot, but if we could get the 2 of you back in soon, that would make a very interesting show.
Does this pay well?
Yeah.
Better than a trustee.
I'll give you half of my salary.
It's always a pleasure to come up here and talk. As long as we can give some information that we hope helps the citizens of the township, we're happy to do that.
And that's a good spirit to keep. Well, I want to thank both of you, not only for the fine job you're doing for the people in Springfield Township, but also for being on this show, and we hope to see you back soon.
Thank you for inviting us.
Pleasure. And thank you for watching.
This is a production of Waycross Community Television, the cable partnership of Forest Park, Green Hills, and Springfield Township with Warner Cable. Opinions are those of the program participants and in no way represent the community governments or the cable company. If you have questions regarding this program, or if you would like to participate in the activities of Waycross Community TV, you may call 825-2429. Waycross Community Television, 2086 Waycross Road, Forest Park, Ohio, 45240.
Hello, I'm Dave Underwood. Welcome to Neighbor to Neighbor. With me tonight are three educational people, all of whom are working in a very important area. As many of us know, but both as parents and as citizens, one of the most important things facing our country today is the importance of education and coming up with a highly educated workforce to bring us into the 21st century. With me tonight is Jane Burpee, who is an adult education supervisor at Great Oaks. Next to her is Jean Burke from the Hamilton County Office of Education. And to my far right is Steve Mueller, who's instructor for Career Directions at Great Oaks. Tonight we will be talking about some very significant programs that are being attempted to increase the number of students who graduate from school. Jane, would you start us out by telling us a bit about the need and where these programs come from?
Well, the programs are for at-risk youth, kids who may, as you said, may not graduate from high school. And of course, Great Oaks Joint Vocational School and the Hamilton County Board of Education have been working together to think of ways to do education differently, so that it really will help the student who might not otherwise graduate from high school. And all through the Great Oaks history, they have been trying to devise new programs or work with the state or the federal government as they come up with new ideas. They started a couple of years or several years ago with a PALS program for low-level readers. And this spring, our superintendents and...
Now PALS probably stands for something, right?
PALS stands for Principles of Alphabet Literacy System, and it really is a computerized system to help the low-level reader, someone who reads below the 5th grade level.
How does it work? Does it work pretty well?
It works very well. They actually use a computer to, and the story that is shown on the computer, it actually invents the alphabet. And it systematically goes through all the phonemic sounds of the alphabet. And at the same time, they learn to type and write, and every time you learn to write, you learn to think a little better. So, but that is just one program. The program...
Now the PALS program has been in effect for a while, is that right?
Yes, it has. And we've been using it for high school students and for adults. And it works for both of them. And we have a program that runs all day, after school for adults, and on Saturday for at-risk youth, and in the summer for at-risk youth. So it's one of those labs that stays busy all of the time. Really works nicely. But I think that got our superintendents, don't you, Jean, interested in other programs that would help at-risk youth. And so this summer we started 2 other programs. And one of them, New Directions, which has just been a fascinating program to help kids who really are in trouble. And that program was initiated partly by the State Department of Vocational Education, in that they put out what we call an RFP. That is, they had guidelines for a program that we then responded to. And we were one of 9, I think, funded in the state of Ohio. And it's really...
So you're pioneers, is that right?
Oh, we're pioneers.
Wow, that's always scary, but usually good.
Right. And my part was easy, writing it, putting together the theory that then other people had to really implement, put into action. And they really have had an active summer.
This was the Career Directions program?
Career Directions program, yes.
I see. Jean, would you like to tell us a bit about the Career Directions program and perhaps how people are selected for it?
Okay.
My role was in recruiting students for all of the programs that we do together with Great Oaks Vocational School District. And we had programs both at the Diamond Oaks campus and the Scarlet Oaks campus so that we would be able to reach students on both sides of town. And I do a lot of recruiting during the school year for programs that are funded through the Hamilton County Job Training Partnership Act. And we focus on recruiting students who are, again, at risk, which is a very general category, but there are students who are at risk for a variety of reasons, and those reasons include poverty, coming from families where there is abuse or neglect taking place, students who have problems with substance or alcohol abuse, students who have a handicapping condition are considered at risk, a health condition, students who are not doing well in school, who are failing subjects, who are not earning any high school credits towards graduation, students who are excessively absent or tardy, students who've been referred through the juvenile court system.
Quite a
Students who have discipline problems, who are constantly doing things to cause them to be suspended or expelled from school. And my role in recruiting the students was to contact the counselors, the principals of the various junior highs and the senior high schools in Hamilton County. I explained the program to them, what we were trying to achieve, and in defining the students who were at risk, we were able to generate a rather lengthy list of students that the counselors and principals felt could really benefit from this kind of program. And in recruiting for the Career Directions program, was just making a lot of telephone contacts, talking to students, talking to their parents, explaining to them the benefits of the program and what they could get out of it. And most of them seem to be very receptive.
These were the parents or the students?
Well, both of them, the parents and the students. The parents, in many of the cases, the parents were either single parents working full-time or both parents were working full-time. Their children had been in trouble during the school year. Some of them had failed all their subjects and were repeating a grade for the second or third time. They're too young to go out and get other jobs, and they really were concerned about what they were going to be doing during the summertime, and this was a real welcome relief for them to be able to have something where their children could be during the day, but they liked the idea of the kind of opportunities that it provided for them because they weren't successful students at school, and this was really an alternative for them to see other things that they could do, see other things where they could be successful. And the students also were excited about the idea. One of the things that presents a difficulty in providing this kind of program is transportation, because the students and the families are so spread out all over the county. And one of the things that we were able to do with Great Oaks was provide transportation for them.
I'm sure that was helpful.
And yes,
these are mostly high school, 16, 17-year-olds?
14, 15, 16, and 17-year-olds.
We did have a couple of 19-year-olds. And they really have not finished high school.
But they were still in high school?
They could still go back to high school.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I had recruited a couple that had dropped out of high school, and the counselors knew about them, knew they were just living in the area, they didn't have jobs, they weren't doing anything, and contacted the students, and then those youth contacted me, told them about the program, and they were really interested in trying to do something else and to learn other things, so that with the idea that they might go back to school eventually, get their GED, and learn some skills.
How many did you select finally?
We were looking at a total of 15 to 20 students per campus, so we had somewhere between 30 and 40 students altogether between the two campuses.
For just the one program?
For just the Career Directions.
Just the Career Directions, and the Career Exploration program was a separate one.
Yes, that was separate.
We had over
a taste
of the job market,
what
market. It would be like to try carpentry, auto mechanics, some of the things that they might do, that they might learn.
Well, before we go to Steve and find out some more details about the program itself, what were you looking for when you got these students? Were you looking for the ones who were most easily reachable, or Ones in biggest trouble, or what?
Actually, probably I will tend to try to look for the ones that are really the hard to reach. Those are the youth that are having the most problems. They're the ones that it's going to take the most time to work with. We certainly were not able to perform miracles and turn things around in 6 weeks' time. We just probably made a little dent. But I tend to look for the youth that are hardest to reach, that are hardest to work with, because they need.
Believe me, you found them.
we found them. They need.
Steve, would you agree with that?
They need the most time.
I agree with that.
You were actually the instructor
Yes.
with one of these groups.
Right.
And how many did you have in all?
We started with 13, and then we're ending up with around 10.
With around 10.
Right.
What kind of things? How does the program work then?
Well, the program was built in several components. One of the components was that they would experience some kind of career or vocational interest and experience. And in our program, we used computer literacy. And so our students would spend about a couple of hours each morning working with computers with an instructor. Another component of the program was...
Now, what were they learning in computer literacy?
In computer literacy, how to work up programs, how to do different things. We used the computer literacy program to sort of dovetail into the employability by typing up resumes, job applications, and letters and things that we were going to use in the program. So they were
Sounds like they might have been pretty interested in that part.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, a good way to start the day.
Okay. Another part of the program was English and reading. We tried to, at the first part of the program was, spent doing a little bit of pre-testing. We needed to know what the students could do and what their potential was. So we did some testing to find out, exactly where they were and try to get them off onto a, some kind of IEP or individual educational program, which they can be successful. Our main purpose was to get them to be successful with whatever we were doing. And we had some things built in. We were going to ask them to do a daily journal, which every day they would spend at least 15 minutes writing in a journal.
Did they do it?
Very, very well.
Were they good, the journals?
Some of these goods are fascinating, fascinating. They really poured out a lot of things that you would hardly believe, and a lot of things that their parents would never believe were happening to them in their lives. It shows that they do want to express themselves. Sometimes they just don't have a way of doing it.
Yeah, people with poor grades in school don't necessarily get them because they're stupid, right?
Absolutely.
But there are a lot of other
We
things
found
going
in
their lives.
pre-testing we had 3 people that were testing out as post-high, and some of these kids were coming from an 8th grade background. So we see that perhaps there are some problems there.
Yeah. Well, what else?
We also had a science component, and the science component would consist mostly of hands-on operations in a science lab. We were trying to get them to, develop a love for the program, also in math, practical science and math applications with a lot of hands-on type of things so that they could experience things. We saw some balloons and we saw some things, I think one of the experiments that really turned them on is how to crush cans by vaporizing water and Coke cans. They like that experiment. Things
Yeah,
of that
you
sort.
found someone to make science interesting, eh?
Yes,
Science and math?
that's what the intent was.
Boy, that could save a lot of souls, couldn't it?
And I think we tried to stay away from grading their actual work in terms of their ability, and tried to stick with attitude, work attitude and work behaviors as far as grading. And most of the competition that they had as far as the program itself and seeing whether they were actually getting anything out of the program was through their ability to work with the materials in their own capacity.
Was that the whole day then? They ended with science?
We also had 2 other components. One was a physical fitness program. We felt that they needed some recreational outlets, so we had them playing volleyball and kickball and frisbee and football. I think today there were several different kinds of things that they had. They even had aerobics one day, just to give them a whole range of different kinds of recreational pursuits that they can get involved in. And then what I consider the most important element was the job employability portion, and that was a program that I was in charge of with all the kids, and we were trying to teach them all the skills that would make them competitive in the world of work.
how to work on resumes, do applications, practice interviews, see what all the things that they have to do to, become employable. And
Basically how to get a job, is that right? And how to survive an interview and the like.
Right, but the depth of what Steve did for the students in that employability area, and I want him to tell about it because he did such a tremendous job of trying to build their trust with one another and teamwork, because one of the things with these kids is that they do not have the ability to work together as a group, and therefore most things fall apart for them. And we got to start, Steve, but
Yes.
you really did marvelous work. You have to tell them about it.
Well, we tried to focus on different things after we did some pre-testing, which took basically the first 2 weeks. The second 2 weeks, we identified 2 major areas of concern, and that was study skills and group dynamics. I found that every time we got them together in group dynamics, we had some problems because it's almost like they were competing for attention or whatever. And not only, for our time, the instructor's time, but also one another's.
Now that would surprise me. I would think that people with poor academic records would tend to clam up when you get them together. Guess not, huh?
No.
Just the opposite.
Oh, really?
On a one-to-one basis, I think all the kids, without an exception, were totally open and free with the instructors and with the program. It was amazing what they would confide in you and tell you. They wanted that. And when we were able to do individual assignments and everything on a one-to-one basis, everything was really great. They worked real hard and it worked out really well. Put them in a group setting, and then we got a lot of behaviors that you would find in an ordinary classroom coming out. And when I did my group employability program and I had all the students together, we had some difficulties because if I ever got into a lecturing mode, I found out it doesn't work. You have people sitting on the desk and, doing all kinds of things to distract themselves as well as other people. So we tried to stay away from that as much as possible and do it in different ways. And
Gene, would you expect that from this group of people? Is it that they need an approach to education that's different from what they normally get in the classrooms?
I really believe that. I think that for most of these students, the normal traditional setting of the classroom is not for them. They don't do well. Many of them are, as Steve and Jane found out, are bright students, but they do not do well in the traditional academic setting. And that's why we offer these programs, because they're alternatives for them. And we have found out that some of them really shine. And when they are not in the regular classroom with other students, they tend to want to take on leadership roles. It's really amazing. The kids that are sometimes quite disruptive in the normal classroom or who are very quiet and don't say anything, really, they do want that attention, and they assume new leadership roles. It just puts them in a different situation. Maybe it's because they feel like they're in a school or a classroom where their track record has not followed them, and this is an opportunity for them to shine, and they really do well. And we keep them involved with a lot of activities. The other 2 programs that I've been involved with, the PALS program with the skill training, where we have done carpentry and photography. On Saturdays we've done automotive mechanics, we've done small engine repair. We do different kinds of activities where it's hands-on activities, where they're busy, where they're up, where they're doing things, because that's what they like to do. And some of them are really amazing at the levels of achievement. And they don't do well sitting in a classroom 6 periods a day, 50 minutes at a time. And
so it sounds like they want to stay busy and they get bored easily. Is that right, Steve?
Absolutely.
Well, and then there's another component. They want to stay busy and they don't want to be bored, and they don't want to be told what to do.
Absolutely.
That sounds
and
more
they
like
react.
me all the time.
Oh, they're not like you.
we had another component where we had 2 days out at Emerson North. We did a program called Ropes, and this was to develop self-esteem, motivation, group dynamics, and leadership. And this was a very interesting thing in our particular group, because the first time we went out, we spent a whole day and we accomplished 3 tasks. And the third task was done at lunchtime. After lunch, we basically failed at all the other things, and the counselors there were kind of upset because we kept failing at things. They didn't feel that they could succeed, and so they gave up without trying. It was kind of interesting. That was the first time out. The second time out, to the same program, they were able to accomplish 10 or 15 things in the same day.
That was the second day?
And they were the counselors,
Same group?
and they just were totally amazed that they could do so well because they finally got their act together. They started, as one of the participants said, we planned things out before we started it. We thought about it before we attempted it, and it worked. And they did things differently than the counselors thought they should be done, but they worked.
I'll be darned.
And the only thing that made the day a little bit negative was the fact that when the counselors brought them back to talk about what they did, how they did it and things, they didn't want to talk about it. Even though they were successful, they didn't want to talk about it. That's not what they wanted to do. They wanted to go on to something else.
Doing it was the goal.
Doing it and being busy with it, planning it and doing that, but trying to analyze it, trying to think about it and process it, they were not too happy with.
And they're so uptight about tests.
Yes.
If we say we just want to see how you did. We just want to figure out whether you improved a little bit, because I don't know if you've ever worked for JTPA, but they want to know whether you went from 5th grade to 7th grade or whatever. But these kids are nervous when it comes to tests. They're very unhappy, and their frustration usually comes out in, they may have a fight, or they may argue, or they may just sulk, or the testing part, we have to find some other way of figuring out how they're doing.
Jean, what percentage of the normal classroom population is like these folks, would you say? Are we talking a big bunch?
Offhand, I can't give you a percentage, but I think there are a lot more students out there who fall into those categories than we really are aware of.
This is basically people who get nervous before tests, bored in the classroom, would rather have more individual attention, right?
Yeah.
That sounds like a lot.
Yeah. I think an important thing, and for me too, in working with these youth with these programs, is that these are not kids that are doomed to fail, and many of them have in the regular classroom setting, and I think one of the opportunities about these programs is that it gives them a chance to succeed and to see that they can succeed at something. It's not going to change their lives overnight, but it does give them a chance to see, I can be good at something. And I think that's important because many of them they don't do well in the classroom, and they never will. But if you put them in a different setting, give them alternatives, they will do well. And you just have to find what their niche is. And for some of them, it's hands-on, it's carpentry, working with computers. I think the fact that they have an opportunity to work with computers gives the kids an opportunity that they otherwise would not have. Many of them will never have PCs in their own home and may not take those kinds of classes at school.
Well, Steve, let me ask you, what do you think? After, let's say you were with about 15 of them for 6 weeks.
Right.
Did you see much of a change in them?
I saw glimmers of high success and other instances where very serious disappointments, at least what I expect, because I can see their potential. The potential for every one of them is very successful. And I think the one thing we tried to give them this summer was the power, that they can take responsibility for their own choices, that they have the power over their destinies, where a lot of them come in, they don't think that they have any choice. An example of that is, I can't pass work, so I will control the situation, I'll be the best failure. So a lot of times I will show you, that I have control, and I'll take the control away from you. I'll get you mad, and now I have control. I said, ha-ha, I did it. Or, I wonder how long it's going to take me to get suspended today.
Oh, we have one of them.
Okay.
Well, how many would you say had a somewhat different approach then
at the end of the program?
Of the 6 weeks.
Basically, I would say it was 6 people were successful in the program, learned, several things. I think that 4 people are marginally successful. What I consider a success was that they actually existed for 6 weeks in the program without getting themselves in trouble. I thought that was extremely good, and for which, I consider them all successful.
Is there a way to build something like this in the normal classroom? Is that one way to do it?
Normal classroom's really difficult because we were working with smaller numbers. In a larger classroom, the teacher doesn't have time to go around like we did to really individually know each one of the students, and that's where we gained an awful lot of insights, how to work with each kid and to deal with their problems on an individual basis rather than as a group, and change things accordingly, because when you're working with smaller groups you can change the rules a bit. And we did a lot of rule breaking ourselves. We learned from our failures just like the kids learned from theirs, and by learning from your failures, that's when you can succeed.
Well said. Well, Gene and Jane, we only have about 1 minute left.
Okay.
And obviously this is a significant topic. What do you think, what does the future hold in store?
I think we'll be doing more of this. And I know one thing that we really want to do, we're meeting in 2 weeks to really discuss what we need to do another time. And that's going to be very interesting. But I think we're all very aware that we need to involve the parent or the caregiver, because what we do or what we start, we really
6
need
weeks
the
isn't long.
Oh
Yeah.
no, and if they go back to whatever it was before, we really need to change that. We really need their help.
I agree. I think the parental involvement is so critical for the parents to be aware of what we're trying to do so that they can support it at home also. And I think one of the things that is helpful is that I work with students year-round, so I'll be able to follow up with some of these students in school programs during the school year.
Well, thank you all for joining us. This is
a pleasure.
This is very significant, because about the time we retire, people that Steve is training are going to be running this country. So
That's right.
I think we all wish you the very best. And thank you very much for joining us on Neighbor to Neighbor. Welcome to Neighbor. I'm your host, Dave Underwood, and with me today is our guest, Don Schmidt, who is the superintendent of the Finneytown Schools in Springfield Township. The Finneytown Schools, to many of us, have an excellent reputation, particularly of those of us like me who have children there and who think Finneytown has always done a fine job. Don here, who was kind enough to join us today, even though he's been in Nassau for a week, so he's still getting off the airplane in a way, has been superintendent at Finneytown for about 5 years. Don, welcome.
Thank you very much. It's nice being here.
Don, I wonder if you could tell us a bit about your background, how you got into education, and what kind of things you're doing today.
Sure. I've been in education for more years than I care to remember right now, and it's kind of hard to go back and look and think of the different things I've done in the past. I started out in education as an elementary teacher. I taught junior high and elementary school. And then I went back to school and got my doctorate. And then from there I taught or worked in Centerville City Schools up by Dayton. And from there I went to a community north of Dayton, Northridge, and worked there as an elementary principal for 4 years. Then I was a high school principal there for 5 years. From there I ended up at a district called Trotwood-Madison, which is also in the Dayton area. and I was assistant superintendent for curriculum and instruction there for 4.5 years. And then from there I came to Finneytown. I've been at Finneytown, like you said, for 5 years. I didn't realize I'd been there for 5 years until the other day. I started counting it out, and I was really surprised. The time has flown by very quickly.
And very well from the educational quality of Finneytown, I might add. What sort of reaction, now that you're a seasoned veteran, as it were, of Finneytown, what sort of reactions do you have of the Finneytown school?
Finneytown is a very interesting, very enjoyable place to work and to live, I might add. I have 2 children in the Finneytown school, so I look at it from both a parent's perspective and as a professional educator's perspective. I think Finneytown is an extremely educational-oriented community. I think we tend to attract people to our community who place education as a top priority. And that in turn places a lot of pressure on the people within the school system. We're very aware that there are a lot of demands for the staff and that there are high expectations for the young people who attend our schools. As a result of that, we tend to put a lot of our money, a lot of our budget into staffing.
I've noticed that most of the teachers seem to have advanced degrees in the high school, at least.
Throughout the district, I'd say the average teacher experience in Finneytown is about 22 years. By far, the majority of teachers have at least their master's degree, and many, many have at least 30 hours beyond the master's degree. I would say that about 70% of our staff has the master's degree or higher. And most of those with master's degrees have gotten their master's in the field that they teach. It's very common in a lot of districts to find a teacher with a master's degree and they've gotten a degree in administration or a degree in guidance. But I think in Finneytown you'll find a lot of teachers who are teaching in the sciences. They'll have a master's degree in the science. Or you'll find a teacher teaching social studies with a master's degree in the social studies area and so on. I think that makes us unique. I think you'll find a very strong commitment to education on the part of our staff people.
I've always noticed that myself, yeah.
To balance that out, because we put so much emphasis on our staff, that creates a unique situation for Finneytown. Finneytown is the only district I've been employed in where we put such a large amount of our budget into staffing. We put well over 90% of our total financial resources to the staff.
That's very impressive.
That's impressive, and it can also be very dangerous. The state recommends for financial stability that you only put the low 80s. Because we have a permanent improvement levy, they give us a little more leeway. But really, for financial stability, we should be around 84%, 85%. And we need that other 10 to 15%, that other 15%, so we can pay our gas bills, our heating, so we can buy the necessary supplies and resources for teachers and for the young people. When you only have 10% of your total budget to go towards physical facilities, to maintenance, to custodial services, you're really kind of on the edge. And I suppose the only discomfort I have in Finneytown is that we're always on the edge financially. We're always trying to balance financial stability with the need to pump more and more money into program, and program translates into staffing. So it's a very fine edge, and it took me quite a while to get used to the Finneytown way, so to speak, to sink so much money into our staffing. But we offer a wide range of quality programs for a district our size. I really think that Finneytown is a powerful little district. When you look at how our kids perform academically, both at the elementary level and at the secondary level, and you look at our size, we're less than 1,600 students, I think Finneytown's a very impressive district. In addition, we have a large number of young people who participate in extracurricular activities. At our high school, we have about 65% of the students there who are involved in extracurricular activities. That's very high, especially for a district our size. So Finneytown, like I said, is a very small but very powerful district. We offer a wide range of programs, and we will continue to do so as long as we're financially able to do that.
Well, it sounds like the people who live in Finneytown have given you more than one vote of confidence in that their record in passing tax levies and the like is quite good. So they must believe in what you're doing as well.
Finneytown has been very generous with their tax monies. Since I've been in Finneytown, we've passed two levies. One was a permanent improvement levy, which was for 1.5 mils. And then last May, of course, we passed a 7.95 operating levy. And hopefully we can make that last several years before we have to go back to the community again.
Now, as I understand it, the way tax levies work now, you can't get any more money from a particular levy than what you voted in.
That's correct. When people vote for a levy, they vote for a fixed amount of money. And as property values go up, the money level remains the same, so as a result, the millage is reduced. But we have to operate on a fixed budget, especially a district like Finneytown, where any increase from state aid has been very minimal over the last several years. Our budget is a little over $7 million, and for this particular school year, the increase we got in state aid was only $18,000, which will not even pay for one teacher. So state aid is not providing us any flexibility at all. It's enabling us to maintain our position, but as inflation continues to grow, with the fixed amount of money we get from the state and the fixed amount of money we get from our taxpayers, who have been very generous, the dollar begins to erode, and then we have to begin to look at ways we can cut costs. And that's a never-ending cycle, unfortunately. But it's a fact of life.
Sounds like it's been done with a lot of clarity and a lot of commitment with you and your staff, though.
Well, we're trying. We're engaged in a model now with the current Board of Education to develop some long-range financial plans. What we did, we took a look at the spending patterns of the district over the last 5 years. We also looked at the revenues over the last 5 years, and then we attempted to project spending patterns and revenues for the next 5 years in the future. And then that gave us a pretty good idea of what would happen if we did not make any interventions or changes. And then based on that, we're attempting to plan very carefully what kind of interventions we would have to make to live within our means. We throw in variables such as we have to negotiate with our staff, and of course we have to maintain a competitive salary schedule with Hamilton County. So what happens when we give our teachers an increase? What kind of things do we have to do to offset that increase so that we can live within our means? And again, since we have over 90% of our resources go to staffing, it's pretty clear that what we have to look at is reducing staffing when we attempt to give our staff a well-deserved and equitable salary increase. So we just finished recently at the last board meeting in April. We went through a very painful process where we had to non-renew 4 excellent teachers. They were all at the high school, but we felt we had to do that to maintain our financial stability. We felt we could do that without seriously damaging the quality of the educational program. Anytime you lose 4 young teachers, all of whom are exceptional, it hurts. It hurts a great deal. But Finneytown has maintained the core of its staff that we've had over the 20-some years of our existence, and we feel very confident that we can maintain the quality of the instructional program. We did not make any cuts that would eliminate any courses in the general academic areas that people are very concerned about in Finneytown, the sciences, the social sciences, English, and so on. In addition, we've moved to we'll be moving to a 7-period day at the high school, and that hopefully will give us some more flexibility and better utilization of our staff.
Now that's one more period than you have now. Is that
That's one more period than we have now. The school day will be extended for students about 20 minutes and approximately the same amount of time for teachers. But we feel by going to a 7-period day, we'll give young people more options. They can pick up some of the courses that they'd like to take that they haven't been able to take. Hopefully they'll be in a position where they'll have to not make as many difficult choices. For example, in the past, a young person may have to choose between taking a science and a social studies class, and they may have to choose one over the other. Because we've extended the day 1 additional period, they may not have to make that difficult choice. A young person may be able to take an art class that they've wanted to take, which is very important, but because of the academic course load, they've had to sacrifice it to take a science or a foreign language. So we're very hopeful that this will give our young people more flexibility in terms of selections they can make. In addition, most of the area high schools are all on at least 7-period days. So we're one of the last high schools to make that move. But we think we'll make it and make it very successfully, and we're very hopeful about the future.
So the students do take a fairly heavy load now, don't they?
That's right. We only require 18 credits for graduation now. We're going to phase that in, so the requirements for graduation will be up to 21 credits with this incoming freshman class. However, in the past, the vast majority of Finneytown students took many more credits than the 18 anyway. We have something like 90%, 80 to 90% of our student body took 3 or more years of science, 4 years of math. So our young people who were college-oriented or at least post-secondary oriented have always historically taken many more classes than what was required by the school system. And we've always been very happy about that, and we believe that will continue.
Let me ask you a bit about Senate Bill 140, which is something that's being worked in Columbus, and it sounds like there are a lot of things that go along with it, but one of the things is open enrollment, and there are probably a number of other issues. Could you kind of go over that lightly and tell me a bit about the truth of Senate Bill 140?
I suppose the truth is who you talk to. If you talk to some of our area legislators, you'll get one response. If you talk to school administrators, you'll get another response. You need to know that. Senate Bill 140 is law. It was enacted this past fall or summer by our legislature. It's a very controversial law in that there are about 5 or 6 areas within the bill that have educators very concerned. The bill itself is a very thick law. There are numerous changes, many of which are very beneficial to young people and will help school systems. But the area that has received the most controversy deals with open enrollment, and it was modeled after a plan that was enacted in Minnesota. In fact, the Ohio law, you can say, is a carbon copy of the Minnesota law. And there are 3 segments of open enrollment. There's the post-secondary enrollment option. There's the open enrollment option between school districts, and then there's the open enrollment within a school system. And I think I'll address all 3 of those very briefly. Starting with the post-secondary enrollment. The idea behind the post-secondary enrollment was that in many schools throughout this state, young people apparently did not have the opportunity to go on and take some advanced classes. They were unable to do so because their school district that they resided in was unable to provide those classes. And the feeling of the legislature was, why should young people be penalized for that if their school system cannot afford to do that? Therefore, it seemed like a good idea to allow young people to go enroll in a junior college or in a 4-year institution and take perhaps an advanced class in calculus or an advanced foreign language course and so on. It's a very commendable goal. There were some problems from a school system point of view. Originally, the law, as was interpreted by our State Department and perhaps by many legislators, was that a young person could go to any post-secondary institution they wanted to in the state after they were a junior. Their junior year and senior year are the 2 years that are affected. They could go to a post-secondary institution, sign up for a class that they wish to sign up for, and if they chose to take it for high school credit and or college credit, the school system would have to pay for it.
That sounds like that would be extremely hard to afford for a school district.
The financial implications were of great concern to us. Now, there was a cap, and that cap was based on the amount of state aid that is given to each school system. Next year, it's projected at about $2,636. Then there's, each county has a cost of living increase added to state basic aid. In Hamilton County's case, it's a 7.5%. So 7.5% added to the 2636 gets you roughly $2,800. So as I understand the law, we would be, if a young person in Finneytown chose to take a full year of post-secondary credit at UC or Xavier or Mount St. Joe or any school in Ohio, technically Finneytown would be liable to pay up to $2,800 for that young person's education. Now, of course, if a person chose to go to Xavier where the tuition is $9,000, $2,800 is really going to pay a very small part of it. And for that reason, it had many colleges and universities concerned. We were concerned as a system in that a person could go to any post-secondary institution and take any class, and we were going to be required to accept that class as credit at Finneytown High School, and we were going to have to pay for that. We were concerned about the implications of sending young 16, 17-year-olds to college campuses when in many cases 18 and 19 and 20-year-olds have a hard time adjusting to a college campus career. So we were really concerned about that. The legislature did listen to us. A compromise has been worked out, and Finneytown has chosen to delay implementation of that law for this coming school year. However, we are obligated to participate in that program for the school year after next year. By that time, we believe that the Board of Regents, who govern the colleges and universities, they will have come up and encouraged the local universities to develop strict kind of guidelines about what kind of student they will accept. These guidelines are beginning to emerge. They're beginning to say things like we're going to require that the student have at least a B+ average, that the school district recommend that they be mature enough to handle those kind of courses, and that kind of course is not offered at the local high school. Under those kind of guidelines, I think it'll be a good bill, a good possibility. And in fact, we already do many things like that, except we don't pay for it. Finneytown has always sent young people to colleges and universities. Within the other two choices, we will be mandated, I think it's in school year 1993, to let, in our case, any young person attend either Cottonwood or Whitaker, which are our two elementary schools, if the parents so choose to send them to one school or the other, providing there's enough classroom space, that it doesn't disrupt in terms of educational supplies, and it would not disrupt the racial balance of that particular school.
And you would get money from?
There'd be no money involved. It'd simply be a matter of a Finneytown student who maybe goes to Whitaker. The parents would like that child to go to Cottonwood. We would be obligated to send that kid to Cottonwood.
Oh, but
this is within the school system.
I see.
And that is a mandate. We have to do that. There's another part of the law that says that between school systems, the Finneytown Board of Education must make a decision by 1993 as to whether or not it will accept students from other school systems. We are under an obligation that if a young person who attends Finneytown wishes to attend high school in an adjoining school system, that we must let that young person go. The only choice we have right now is whether or not we would choose to allow young people from surrounding school systems to attend Finneytown.
Well, there are probably some financial.
Well, there are some financial considerations there, and when you look at it from a taxpayer's point of view, why would, if I lived in a neighboring school system and I chose to send my student to Finneytown, why would I choose to support the tax levies in my local district? Because I'd be sending my young person to Finneytown.
But at the same point, they would not be automatically paying Finneytown tax levy rates, is that correct?
That's correct.
Oh.
And then from a Finneytown taxpayer point of view, why would a Finneytown taxpayer want to continue raising their taxes and paying the high taxes when a person in an adjoining school system where the taxes are probably lower?
Yes.
Why would I want to continue upping my taxes to educate young people from other communities?
But right now, that's about the way the bill looks, is
That's
that
the way the bill looks if the school system, if the school board chooses to participate in that program. As it stands right now, I doubt very much that we would participate. However, I don't know what's going to happen down the road with the legislature. I don't know what kind of modifications they're going to make in the law. I don't know if down the road they may require us to participate in that program. But right now it's voluntary, and if it stands the way it's currently written, I would suspect that the community and the Board of Education would be very reluctant to participate in that kind of program.
Well, Don, we only have a few minutes left tonight. I wonder if you could use that to give us an idea of what you see in the future for Finneytown.
Okay. The district, every year the Board of Education meets with the administrative staff, and we sit down and review the past year, and then we develop goals for the coming year. This year we developed 6 goals, Very briefly, they're to work on building staff development. We feel with our staff, we have, as I mentioned before, a very mature staff. We need to continue providing in service to these people. We're also going to be experiencing some turnover. We'll be having some young people move into the system as teachers, particularly at the elementary level. They'll have a different set of needs, and we need to work at our staff development so we can accommodate both kinds of staff members. We're very concerned about, in a second area, moving into computers and technology. We've made a significant effort in that in the past, but computers and technology is changing so rapidly that we must maintain pace. And that's going to be a very difficult thing for us to do, but we must focus on computers and technology. Because of Senate Bill 140, a third area is elementary school reorganization. Several years ago, we looked at the concept of having one building being a primary building, the other being an intermediate building. Once again, we're going to have to look at that as a possibility. We have a group of students that we would consider at-risk students. These may be young people who have average or slightly less than average intelligence, but they don't qualify for any of the state special education programs, and yet they can't fit into any of our more advanced programs. And they may not be college-bound young people, but we need to take a look at programs to accommodate those young people. We're looking at facility usage within the school system. We're experiencing dramatic growth at the elementary level, at least dramatic growth for Finneytown.
Yeah, much more than it's been for the last 10 years.
Much more than it has been, and we need to take a look at how we use Whitaker School, Cottonwood School, and we're going to have to look again at using maybe part of Brent School. That we currently have a very good relationship with the trustees, and we really don't want to disrupt that. We have a very strong senior citizen program there. We don't want to disrupt that, but we may need to use some space there at that building. We may have to look at how we organize the classes on the secondary campus because we have room there. Then the other area that we're looking at, the sixth area, is minority staffing. Finneytown has a very stable, steady minority population of between 11 and 12%. And our staff at this time has a very, very small minority representation, and it's an area that we need to focus on. We need to have minority staff members in our system. We think that's important for minority young people and also for the white young people. So that's another area that we really want to focus on. So that's what we're going to be looking at for the rest of this school year and for all of next school year. And that's going to take quite a bit of our time while we're trying to maintain a very strong academic program as well.
Well, that sounds like you've got quite a full plate there, but judging from your past performance, both you and Finneytown, I imagine you'll do an excellent job. Obviously, there are lots of things to talk about, and we only had time to talk for a few, so I would suggest that you join us again in a few months and give us an update.
I would look forward to that very much.
Don, thank you very much. It's really been interesting hearing you talk about Finneytown and the direction that you're going.
Thank you.
And thank you for joining us.
This is a production of Waycross Community Television, the cable partnership of Forest Park, Green Hills, and Springfield Township with Warner Cable. Opinions are those of the program participants and in no way represent the community governments or the cable company. If you have questions regarding this program or if you would like to participate in the activities of Waycross TV, you may call 825-2429 or write Waycross Community Television, 2086 Waycross Road, Forest Park, Ohio, 45240.